Good afternoon, everyone. We are so happy to have you here in this international online conference on Black literature, pandemic writing, and COVID-19 fear. This conference is organized by the Democratic Arabic Center based in Germany in collaboration with the University of Benghazi in Libya. We would thank everyone who sent his paper or her paper to the scientific committee. We wish also to thank the honored committee, first, Dr. Azzeddin Yunus Ad-Darsi, President of University of Benghazi, Yusuf Zaghwani Omar, also from the University of Benghazi, and Ammar Shar'an, the head of the Democratic Arabic Center in Germany. We would like also to thank Dr. Khawla Biljamil, who is the chair of this conference. Dr. Khawla, good afternoon. Also, we would like to thank the president of the scientific committee, Dr. Fouad Belgroun, from the Center Abdel Hafid Boussouf Mila University in Algeria, and the conference management, who are the conference director, who is me, Dr. Karim Aish, and also the director of publications, Dr. Ahmed Bouhoukou. Dr. Khawla Biljamil, how are you?
Good, Dr. Karim. Hi. Thank you.
First, we give the honored committee the occasion to share the speech. We welcome Dr. Yusuf Ali Zaghwani Omar, who is with us. Hello, doctor. How are you?
Hello, Dr. Karim. Nice seeing you. Thank you very much for the invitation and for conducting this conference.
We wish also to wish happy Eid for all the Muslims who are participating with us. The floor is yours for your word.
Me? Thank you very much. It's an honor for me to open this session, inshallah ta'ala. Before starting, I wanted to say happy Eid, kull aam wa antum bi khair bi-idhnillah ta'ala, because of the great Eid, and we hope that we do this conference in good atmosphere and got a lot of knowledge, of course, with such informative people. Thank you, Dr. Karim Aish. Thank you, Dr. Khawla. Thank you, Dr. Fouad. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed, and thanks for the presenters in this conference. We hope that we enjoy this conference, inshallah ta'ala. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your welcoming speech. We call Dr. Leila Boualaga from Essex University in UK.
Hello, everyone. Hi, thank you very much for this opportunity. Well, basically, I was at the University of Essex, but now currently I'm back to Algeria. I'm working as a lecturer there, and I will be the moderator for this conference. So it's my great honor and my pleasure to be the moderator for this prestigious online international conference on plague literature, pandemic writing, and COVID-19 fear. Today, I stand before you to guide you through the insightful sessions and introduce the esteemed individuals who will be sharing their knowledge and expertise with us. We begin our conference with deep appreciation for Professor Steve Tamari, a distinguished member of the scientific committee whose presence and valuable contributions will undoubtedly enrich our discussions. Next, I invite you to join me in extending a warm welcome to the organizing committee. Their tireless efforts and dedication have made this conference possible. We are grateful for their exceptional work. Moving forward, it is my pleasure to introduce our esteemed keynote speakers, Scott Slovic and David Corman. Their expertise and groundbreaking research in the field of plague literature are widely recognized and respected. We eagerly anticipate their keynote speech, which promises to be enlightening and thought-provoking. So after the keynote speech, we will have the opportunity to engage in a stimulating Q&A session, allowing us to delve deeper into the ideas presented and gain further insights from our keynote speakers. Following this, we will transition into the plenary sessions, each chaired by distinguished individuals who have made significant contributions to their respective fields. So the first one is Dr. Badriya Khalil, who will share session 1, while Professor Salah Bourigbi will lead plenary sessions 2, 3, 4, and 5. I would like to acknowledge and express our gratitude to them for their valuable support and guidance. Throughout the plenary sessions, we will have the privilege of hearing from diverse groups of researchers and scholars who will share their expertise on various aspects of plague literature and its intersection with society, culture, and the human experience. Each presenter will offer us unique perspectives, shedding light on the evolution of plague literature, the psychological implications of pandemics, also the role of literature in times of crisis, and much more. I would like to extend our appreciation to the technicians, Nadia Khaloufi, Kinza Ben Saghir, Norsin Saidiya, Yusuf Gawi, Ruqayya Bouguerra, Imad Ajabi, Maryam Shrayet, and Hajar Boumaza, who have diligently worked behind the scenes to ensure a seamless conference experience. As we immerse ourselves in this intellectually stimulating environment, I encourage myself and each one of you to actively participate in the Q&A sessions following each plenary session. This is an invaluable opportunity to engage with our speakers, exchange ideas, and deepen our understanding of the topics at hand. Before we conclude today's proceedings, I would like to express our heartfelt appreciation to all the presenters and participants who have contributed with their research and insights to this conference. Your dedication to the field of plague literature and your commitment to advancing knowledge is truly commendable. Finally, I invite you to join me in expressing our gratitude to the organizing committee, keynote speakers, plenary session chairs, technicians, and all those who have worked tirelessly to make this conference a resounding success. With that, I wish you all an enlightening and productive conference. Let us all embrace this unique opportunity to explore the depth of plague literature and its profound impact on our understanding of the world. Thank you very much and enjoy the conference. I think I should hand it over now to Professor Steve Tamari. If you could say a word about the conference, please.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, perfect.
Right, thank you so much. I mean, first of all, I'm thankful to Dr. Khalid, Dr. Yusuf, Dr. Layla, and of course, Dr. Benjamil, whom I've known for many years, and I deeply appreciated her asking me to contribute in a small way to this conference. I thank all of you and all the people Dr. Layla mentioned who have exerted all kinds of efforts to make this possible. Salam to everybody, Eid Mubarak. To all the Muslim colleagues, and my only wish and regret is that I'm not in Algeria itself, but inshallah sometime in the future. So I have a statement to read, and let me bring it up here. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants and esteemed members of the scientific community, It is my honor to be before you today as a representative of the scientific community committee of the online international conference on plague literature, pandemic writing, and COVID-19 fear. On behalf of our conference president, who unfortunately can't be with us due to unforeseen circumstances, I extend my warmest greetings and express our collective enthusiasm for this significant gathering of minds from around the world. The current global pandemic has undoubtedly instilled fear, stress, and anxiety within our communities, affecting people of all ages. However, we take solace in the fact that throughout history, humanity has faced and triumphed over numerous plagues and pandemics. From the plague of Athens, described by Thucydides, to the more recent works of Camus and Garcia Marquez, literature has served as a steadfast companion, documenting the chaos and horror of plagues while offering solace and understanding. Plague literature holds a unique place in our collective consciousness. It explores the very essence of human existence, delving into the depths of our fears, hopes, and vulnerabilities. It serves as a bridge between the literal and the metaphorical manifestations of plagues, allowing us to confront our inner selves and confront the darkest secrets that reside within us all. Today, we find ourselves in the midst of a new chapter in plague literature. The COVID-19 pandemic has become a backdrop for narratives that examine the human condition, challenging authors to reevaluate their perspectives on life, death, and survival. The conference will delve into the differences between pre-COVID and post-COVID fictions, scrutinizing how this global crisis has reshaped literary concepts and questioned the role of literature itself in times of fear and uncertainty. Throughout our sessions, we will explore a wide range of themes, including the historical shaping of plague literature, the social and political consequences of plagues, the impact of the pandemic on popular culture, and the liberating aspects of plagues. We will also delve into apocalyptic narratives, the metaphorical implications of the body, the psychological dimensions of plagues, and the role of the zombie genre in reflecting societal anxieties. Additionally, we will discuss catastrophic literature, futuristic visions intertwined with the promise of vaccines, the challenges of contemporary romance, and much more. As members of the scientific community, we are grateful for your participation and the invaluable contributions you have made to the field of plague literature. Your research, insights, and perspectives will enrich the discussions held during this conference, fostering a deeper understanding of the transformative power of literature in times of crisis. I would like to express our sincere gratitude to our esteemed keynote speakers, Scott Slovic and David Quammen. Scott Slovic, University Distinguished Professor of Environmental Humanities at the University of Idaho, USA, has made remarkable contributions to the field of literature and environment. As the founding president of the Association for the Study of Literature and Environment, and as editor-in-chief of Interdisciplinary Studies in Literature and Environment, his expertise and insights have greatly shaped the discourse surrounding nature and literary studies. We are honored to have him share his knowledge and perspectives with us. We would also like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to David Quammen, a renowned American author and journalist. His extensive body of work, including books such as The Song of the Dodo and The Tangled Tree, have captivated readers worldwide. Quammen's recent book, Breathless, which explores the origins and evolution of the COVID-19 virus, has garnered critical acclaim and was a finalist for the National Book Award in nonfiction. His forthcoming book, The Heartbeat of the Wild, Dispatches from Landscapes of Wonder, Peril, and Hope, promises to continue his legacy of delivering captivating narratives rooted in scientific exploration. We are thrilled to have him share his profound insights and expertise with us during this conference. We are deeply grateful to both Scott Slovic and David Quammen for accepting our invitation to be keynote speakers. Their presence and contributions will undoubtedly enrich our discussions and inspire us to delve deeper into the intricate relationship between literature, plagues, and the human experience. In conclusion, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizers, particularly those from Algeria, for their tireless efforts in bringing this conference to fruition. I extend my deepest gratitude to the Democratic Center in Berlin for graciously hosting this event. Together, let us engage in thoughtful discourse, embrace the spirit of collaboration, and forge new paths of knowledge that will illuminate the way forward for plague literature. Once again, we extend our warmest appreciation to all participants, keynote speakers, and the organizing team for their dedication and commitment to making this conference a success. Together, let us embark on a journey of intellectual exploration and collaboration that will shed light on the power of literature to confront and transcend the challenges posed by plagues and pandemics. Thank you, and we eagerly await the enlightening discussion that lies ahead.
Thank you very much, Professor Stefan. This was very informative, and it actually summed up perfectly well the core of our conference today. So thank you very much for these words. Now I would like to invite Dr. Benjamil Khawla from the organizing committee to say a few words about the conference.
Thank you very much, dear Dr. Leila. Hello, everyone. Esteemed participants and distinguished professors and colleagues, it is with great pleasure and pride that I stand before you today as the president of the organizing committee of the online international conference on plague literature, pandemic writing, and COVID-19 fear. As we gather here from different corners of the world, I'm filled with gratitude for your presence and unwavering commitment to advancing our understanding of the profound impact of plagues and pandemics on literature and human experience. First and foremost, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the participants, especially our keynote speakers, Professor Scott Slovic and Professor David Quammen, who have contributed their invaluable research and insights to this conference. Your dedication to the field of literature in general and your willingness to share your knowledge with fellow scholars is truly praiseworthy. It is through the collaborative efforts of individuals like you that we can pave the way for a deeper understanding of the human condition in times of crisis. I would also like to extend my deepest appreciation to the scientific committee for their tireless efforts in curating an exceptional program for this conference. Their expertise and guidance have been instrumental in shaping the diverse range of topics and tracks that we will explore throughout this event. Furthermore, I would like to express our gratitude to the Democratic Center in Berlin for hosting this conference. The unwavering support and commitment to academic excellence have been pivotal in making this event a reality. We are grateful for the opportunity to come together in a virtual space that transcends geographical boundaries and allows us to engage in meaningful conversations. Today, we find ourselves at a critical juncture in history. The COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted lives, impended societies, and left an indelible mark on our collective consciousness. It is precisely during these challenging times that the power of literature becomes even more apparent. Plague literature in all its forms has the unique ability to provide solace, provoke introspection, and offer a lens through which we can better understand ourselves and the world around us. It is our fervent hope that this conference will serve as a platform for the exchange of ideas, the forging of new collaborations, and the cultivation of innovative approaches to the study of plague literature. Together, let's push the boundaries of knowledge, challenge existing paradigms, and unlock the transformative potential of literature in times of crisis. As we embark on this intellectual journey, I urge you to embrace curiosity, engage in meaningful discussions, and foster a spirit of camaraderie and collaboration. Let's be inspired by the works of the past while simultaneously charting new territories that will shape the future of plague literature. In conclusion, I extend my deepest gratitude to all the individuals who have contributed to the success of this conference. Your unwavering support, dedication, and passion have made this event possible. May this conference be a catalyst for transformative change and a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a productive, enlightening, and memorable conference.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khawla, for these beautiful, enlightening, inspiring words. Without further delay, I would like to invite our esteemed keynote speakers, Dr. Scott Slovic and Dr. David Quammen, to share their knowledge and expertise with us. We're all ears, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, all of you, for your introductory comments. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm beaming myself across continents and oceans. I'm this is Scott Slovic. I'm calling in from Eugene, Oregon, in the American West, where it's about 8:20 in the morning. I want to commend you on not only organizing this conference, but also being early at this point. I think David and I were planning to begin our comments in about 10 minutes, but we're actually ahead of schedule, and that almost never happens in a conference. It's a unique experience. So thank you for organizing this. I'm in Eugene, Oregon. David is in Bozeman, Montana, I believe. And we are planning to do something a little bit unusual for our opening presentations, and to present you with a dialogue, a conversation that will be semi-spontaneous. We have coordinated with each other to a certain extent. We have a series of prompts and questions that we'd like to run back and forth with each other. But it was all we could do to hold back from answering these questions in writing to each other as we were planning to have this session. So we'll begin in just a moment, but David, perhaps you'd like to say a few introductory words first as well.
Thank you, Scott. Yes, yeah, I would. Mostly in the form of thank yous also. Thank you to Dr. Khawla, Professor Benjamil, for inviting us both to be part of this. And thank you, Dr. Layla. And thank you, Professor Tamari, for the kind remarks. As Scott said, I'm in Bozeman, Montana. I wish, as Professor Tamari said, I wish I were in Algeria right now too, although it's fortunate that I didn't try and be present physically, because I've just come back from another long trip and come down with another case of COVID. So I'm sitting here in isolation in Bozeman, Montana, taking Paxlovid, staying away from people, and working my way through my second case of COVID-19 after 6 vaccine shots. And one of the things that tells us is what we already know. This is a very, very enterprising, evolvable virus. I'd also like to say, before Scott and I get into our back and forth, our dialogue, I am quite aware that this is a conference of literary scholars on the subject of plague literature, in the sense of literature meaning fiction, poetry, theater, etc. I am not a literary scholar. Scott is, although I was trained to be a literary scholar. I did my graduate work at Oxford on the novels of William Faulkner, and then transmogrified into a person who is essentially a biographer of viruses. I became a nonfiction writer first, writing about the natural world, and in the last 2 decades, much but not all of my work has been about plagues, has been about zoonotic diseases, has been nonfiction about the threat of newly emerging viruses, and in particular this one, SARS-CoV-2. I think that, and I hope that I can add, as well as Scott, perhaps some value and perspective to your work in the next 2 days, by making the point that I believe it's important when people incorporate the idea of plague, the idea of pandemic disease into literary art, into fiction, into theater, into movies, into poetry. It's valuable for people, the artists creating those works, to know a little bit about what plagues really are and how they work, and what they aren't and how they don't work. And so that has been my work for the last 20 years, trying to educate the general public about emerging viruses, their threat to humans on this planet, the threat of a new pandemic, and how pandemic viruses and other pathogens function. I'll say just finally, before Scott and I go back and forth, that I think the first book of plague literature, not great literature, but at least fictional art, that I read, one that I didn't mention to Scott as we were going back and forth over the last few days, was The Andromeda Strain, a thriller novel by Michael Crichton, published probably in about 1969 or 1970, The Andromeda Strain. And it's about a virus that comes from outer space and seems to bode killing off the entire human population until heroic people and matters of sheer luck intervene, and all is saved. Michael Crichton was trained as a doctor at Harvard Medical School, if I recall correctly. He was a very intelligent man, but he wrote thrillers that were designed to entertain and titillate. And that book tells us 2 things about plague that aren't true. They don't come from outer space, and generally they do not bode to kill off the entire human species. And those are 2 basic primary points that I think it's important to keep in mind as grounding points for the realities of plague. Emerging viruses, emerging pathogens that become pandemic threats in humans everything comes from somewhere, and they come from other creatures. Viruses that invade humans come from wild animals, mostly mammals and sometimes birds. And although a plague-like virus, a pandemic virus, can do catastrophic harm to humans, killing tens of millions of people, even hundreds of millions of people, potentially, the chances that a single new virus would kill off 8 billion people would be the apocalyptic endpoint of the human species is virtually non-existent. Why? Because there is so much genetic diversity in the 8 billion individual human population that we always will contain some individuals who are naturally resistant to any particular virus. Anyway, I don't want to get into technicalities there. I just want to make a point that that sort of thing, those 2 grounding points of reality, are what nonfiction scientific literature can offer to the imaginations of intelligent artists creating fictional plague literature. So back to you at this point, Scott.
Thank you, David. You almost got me started on a rant about Michael Crichton. Michael Crichton, I had completely forgotten about the Andromeda Strain, but it was watching the film The Andromeda Strain as a young kid that actually was very traumatic for me, to watch people walking around in spacesuits. So fearful were they of contracting this mysterious virus. I actually, somewhere deep in my memory, I think I was probably carrying around that narrative of the Andromeda Strain during, the early months of our experience here in the United States of SARS-CoV-2, and when people were wearing masks, not yet full body suits. But I was at one point in 2021 passing through the Istanbul airport on my way back to the US, and I saw an entire family of people, young children and parents, wearing spacesuits as they walked through the airport, like something out of the Andromeda Strain. And this was well over a year into the SARS-CoV-2 experience. So, but also this idea of the distortion of science for dramatic purposes, narrative purposes, is something that Michael Crichton did rather freely. And I'm particularly concerned about the way he did that with climate change in his book, State of Fear, in 2005, which so inspired certain politicians in the United States, because they felt he was a climate change denier, that he was invited to testify before the United States Congress as an expert in climate change, based upon his climate denying novel, State of Fear. So there's a blurring of expertise. A great storyteller is not always someone who gets the facts right about serious scientific matters. And Michael Crichton is a powerful case in point. But leaving aside the Andromeda Strain, David, as we talk a little, also one thing I wanted to say is, I think it's strangely wonderful that you are carrying the COVID virus as you speak to us now. It's almost as if COVID is one of the keynote speakers at this conference, which is entirely appropriate. So if you could kind of channel the consciousness of the virus and occasionally speak to us through that sensibility, that could be all the more valuable for this group. So, but David, apart from Michael Crichton's work, I wonder if you could just talk a little bit about how you became interested in plagues and pandemics, and how you began to explore such topics as a reader, and in fact, whether at a certain point you became aware of plague literature as a genre, which is the overarching title of this conference.
Right.
Were you, could you just give us a little bit of history?
Yes, yeah. Well, as I mentioned, I transformed from being a basically literary person, studying fiction, studying the modern novel, studying William Faulkner in particular, and then began my writing career as a fiction writer myself. My first published book was a novel. My first few books were novels. And then I gravitated into nonfiction writing, and in particular, nonfiction writing about the natural world. I had always been very interested in the natural world, but I rediscovered my interest in it about 50 years ago when I moved here to Montana, just out of graduate school as a young writer, and worked to figure out how I could make a living as a writer, and writing novels was not the way to do it. I gravitated into nonfiction writing and nonfiction reading, which I hadn't done much of before, and read voraciously, and began working as a magazine writer, eventually an author of nonfiction books focused on the life sciences, in particular areas of biology, and most in particular ecology and evolutionary biology. I read a lot of Darwin. I became as interested in Darwin as I had been in William Faulkner. I started reading theoretical ecology, works by people such as early works by Edward O. Wilson and his collaborator Robert MacArthur on theoretical ecology, on the mechanisms of evolution and extinction, and in particular as illuminated by life on the islands of the world. And that led me to writing my 1996 book, The Song of the Dodo, which is about evolution and extinction. on islands, but as we have learned about evolution and extinction in general from the study of patterns on islands. In any case, it was ecology and evolutionary biology for me until about 1999. I had gotten interested in the subject of emerging viruses by reading The Hot Zone by Richard Preston, another thriller, a nonfiction thriller, but a nonfiction book that is not entirely faithful to facts and free of sensationalism. And Laurie Garrett's massive tome, The Coming Plague, another book of nonfiction. So I was very interested in this area. And in 1999, I did a series of articles, or beginning in 1999, I was assigned by National Geographic magazine to write a series of articles about a man, an ecologist and explorer, an American and a conservationist who was walking across the last great remaining forests of Central Africa, a 2,000-mile bushwhack biological survey of what existed in these great Congolese forests of Central Africa. And I walked with him, and at one point we walked through Ebola habitat for 10 days, and we knew that Ebola was there somewhere in the forest with us. And I had read enough about Ebola at that point to know that, like any other virus that occasionally causes an outbreak in humans, it has to have a reservoir host in the form of another animal, a population of other animals, some species, in which it lives, because viruses can only replicate in the cells of living cellular creatures, animals, plants, fungi, bacteria. So I knew that somewhere in this forest was the reservoir host of Ebola, and that some sort of contact between that animal and humans was what caused the outbreaks of Ebola that occurred periodically in Central Africa. But we didn't know what that creature was. We just knew that we did not want to catch Ebola. The scientist who was leading the expedition made sure that his forest crew did not kill any wild animals, or even scavenge any wild animals from the forest floor to put in our cook pot at the end of the hike each day, because we didn't know if a monkey fell dead in the forest, we didn't know that that monkey might not have fallen dead of Ebola. This got me very interested in viruses in general when I realized that the questions around the mysteries around Ebola virus, what reservoir host does it live in? How does it spill into humans? What sort of interaction allows that? And how does it happen that it can adapt to humans and cause not just horrible death in one, but transmission from one human to another? I realized that these were questions of ecology and evolutionary biology. So I thought, well, that's my wheelhouse. I write about ecology and evolutionary biology, the relations of humans to the rest of the natural world, the place of humans within the natural world. And these viruses that come from wild animals are all about that. So that became my next great interest: zoonotic diseases, animal infections that transmit to humans, and many of which are viral diseases, and the viruses, the origins and evolution of the viruses that cause them. So that's how it all began for me. What about
before David, before you turn the tables on me, I wonder if I could follow up a little bit. I love the fact that your exposure or your fascination with this topic emerged from an experience of being in Ebola habitat. It was just such a fascinating phrase for me, suggesting that this wasn't an intellectual interest. It wasn't just a track through various types of texts that led you to this area of, doing research and writing about the subject, but actually being in the presence of Ebola and in the place where Ebola dwelled, and having this kind of tangible, visceral exposure to that habitat and to the various potential reservoir hosts that gave you an experiential interest in the subject, which is also, I think, what animates a lot of your writing about these subjects, the experiential aspect.
It did indeed, Scott. And let me add one thing to that. It was known at that time that Ebola had to have a virus, had to have a reservoir host of some sort. And a reservoir host is an animal in which the virus lives without causing great disease, without causing symptoms, without killing off the population. It lives there, abides there over time, in some sort of a long established mutual accommodation. But when Ebola gets into chimpanzees or gorillas, it kills them horribly, just as it kills humans. When it gets into great apes, it is a ferocious pathogen. And it has been known that some of the Ebola outbreaks in humans have happened when humans have scavenged, for instance, a carcass of a chimpanzee found dead in the forest, scavenged it for food. The chimpanzee turned out to have died from Ebola, and they get Ebola. One of the famous cases near where we were walking had occurred that way. As we walked through this forest, it was beautiful habitat for forest elephants, beautiful habitat for all kinds of animals, beautiful habitat for multiple species of birds and monkeys, and beautiful habitat for gorillas. But for 10 days we walked and there was no sign of a gorilla. The scientists found 1,000, literally 1,900 some different signs of forest elephant, footprints, dung, disruptions on trees and things like that. 900 some signs of forest elephant and 0 signs of gorilla in that 10 days. And what that told us, inferentially, was that that forest was empty of gorillas because probably they had been killed off by Ebola.
So there's so much more that we could talk about, including this idea of
let's
the
turn it back to you a little bit, Scott.
Yeah,
And
okay, sure.
What was, in terms of the literature of pandemics, the literature of plagues, either in the nonfiction or the fiction realm, what was it that triggered your depth of interest?
Yeah, I was exposed, I guess you could say, to plague literature early on, long before I was aware of the genre of plague literature. Many years ago, I was, even before I attended the university, I was interested in existential literature. So of course I began reading French novelists and French philosophy, the work of Jean-Paul Sartre and the work of Albert Camus. And one of the several novels that I read by Camus, when I was a young teenager, was in English, The Plague, La Peste. And I was reading it in the context of existentialism, the way we think about our lives, the meaning of our lives in the world, and do our lives have meaning, and what is our fate as human beings. So when I read The Plague, I was interested in issues of human isolation, being infected, being quarantined, being, the early versions of lockdowns as we experienced them recently. And so trying to extrapolate from my own ordinary experience, not feeling as if I was in any danger of infection, imagining the lives of people who were living in this time of mysterious danger when they were trapped in their city and they were not allowed to move around freely because of this mysterious disease surrounding them. So I read Camus' The Plague many years ago, interested in the psychological aspects of pandemic experience. And eventually, as a scholar, years later, having studied American literature, comparative literature, and developed a specialization in writing about the natural world and how writers approach and think about this, began almost in a sideways manner to realize that literature about pestilence was relevant to our contact with the non-human world. And so it was a very sideways, unintentional maneuvering back into plague literature that led me to where I've come more recently in writing about and lecturing about various examples of plague-related literature.
Can we linger on Camus just a little bit?
Yeah.
One of the scholars is going to address La Peste later on in the conference, and I hope we don't preempt anything or confuse anything. But I also, of course, read The Plague and read it probably a little bit in French when I was taking French, read it in English and understood it much better. Read it again in the early weeks of the COVID-19 pandemic when I came back from travels and the world was beginning to shut down. I picked up The Plague again and read that. And I know that some literary scholars will say, hey, well, yeah, The Plague, it's a magnificent novel. It's an allegory of Nazism. And I have always resisted that. And I resisted it again when I reread it at the beginning of COVID-19. It seems to me that you can read it that way. You can say that, but it seems to me also that it diminishes it a little bit to say this is an allegory of anything. To me, The Plague in Camus is really a plague. And the point of the novel is not to make cryptic parallel observations about how humans reacted or should have reacted to the oppression of Europe and particular occupied France for Camus by Nazism. But it's a book about how people react in extremity, in extremis, in the extremity of a mysterious plague that's never really defined, but is tangible in that book. And some characters react with great courage and honor, like the narrator, Dr. I can't remember his name right now, but we learn at the end that this heroic doctor is actually the narrator of the book, and some react in very dishonorable ways, running the quarantine containment of the city for profit and that sort of thing. And it seems to me that that book is all about taking plague as a form of extremity, almost arbitrarily, and then exploring the human heart and the human character and its variations in extremity.
Yeah, I think I like that idea. And in an urgent, desperate situation, how do we behave? And viral pandemic is a good occasion for that. Also, I would say Catherine Ann Porter's Pale Horse, Pale Rider is very similar about the flu pandemic of the late second decade of the 20th century, but also in the context of World War I and war. The threat of the World War and the danger of the virus are conflated in interesting ways in Catherine Ann Porter's work that also explores human experience in extreme circumstances, which is a fascinating subject for me and related to some aspects of my interest in environmental writing, risk-taking. How do we respond to certain risky circumstances? Why are we attracted to risk? Or to wild places, to mountaineering adventures, or treks through very wild territory, such as many of your own journeys as a researching writer, and what you were describing about, hiking through Central Africa as an example of that. Surely you were interested not only in the intellectual aspect, but in the experience of being there, being present in that environment. And you knew there would be something a little bit risky about that, apart from the possible presence of Ebola, but just being in that kind of environment must have been tempting for you. I wonder if you could just say something about risk and our attraction to risk and our aversion to risk at the same time, our effort to manage that kind of experience.
Well, yes, I've written a lot of nonfiction for magazines and in books about wild places, remote places, in some cases difficult and risky places, and I suppose risky activities. To me, I've done a lot of the outdoor sports from which I'm mostly retired. I've aged out of now, but I was never a mountain climber. I have a lot of good friends who are very, very serious mountain climbers, some of whom have died in the process. And there is an element of risk in that, you make a mistake, you can fall, you can die, that never attracted me, never appealed to me. If risk is secondary to the satisfactions, to the thrills of some sort of an activity, travel to a strange place or sporting activities, if risk is secondary, then it sort of adds to the thrill. But as a primary thing, it doesn't appeal to me. I love life too much. I love my wife. I love the family of creatures that I live in, and I don't want to risk any of that unnecessarily. But I do love to go to wild, crazy places that involve some physical exertion, some physical risk, and to be able to deal with that and bring back the research, bring back the story. And those places also are revealing of human character. So by going into a risky situation with someone about whom you're going to write, you can learn things about that someone as he or she and you together cope with those risks that you wouldn't learn otherwise. And there's certainly there's a lot of that in my new book, which Professor Tamari kindly mentioned. It's now out, The Heartbeat of the Wild. It's based on a collection of feature stories that I wrote for National Geographic magazine over 20 years about wild places, wild creatures, and efforts to conserve wildness on this planet. And it includes the stories that I wrote about that trek through the Congo with that explorer, Mike Fay, and some of the risks that he encountered and that I watched him encounter, which were very revealing of his character, which was doughty and strong and stubborn in the extreme, and yet always deeply curious about the workings of nature around him, whether it was a forest elephant that was about to charge him or a line of army ants moving across a trail. So those situations were valuable in terms of revealing things.
I'd love to talk with you more specifically about risk, which is an ongoing subject of fascination for me. But I wonder if we can just turn back to the topic of plague literature more specifically, because that's, I think, what other attendees at the conference are interested in. And David, one of the fascinating aspects of your career for me is the way you emerged as a fiction writer and transitioned into nonfiction. I wonder if we could talk a little bit about the advantages and disadvantages of fiction and nonfiction as genres for exploring and representing pandemics and other public health crises. I mean, we're both readers of plague fiction, but I think we're also both particularly interested in plague nonfiction. And this is the genre that you've been working in recent years.
It is indeed. And I've got the literature in the broader sense, the scientific literature of plagues has occupied me, as I said, for the last 20 years as a reader and as a writer contributing to it. Studying the science, reading the scientific literature, reading the not just the journal papers, but the books that have come out, and becoming it became my journalistic beat. I'm not trained as a scientist. I don't pretend to be a scientist, but I follow scientists around the world and into their labs, and I follow their writings very carefully. So there's a body of literature about pandemic disease and plagues that has been very important to me. And we talked about this previously, I've got books and books and books stacked up here on my desk that represent that reflect that, some of which I think are very important books that can inform people, including fictional artists, fiction writers, and others who create imaginative literature, inform them about what emerging viruses really are, how they work, what they do, what plagues are really like, how they work. And some of the books are very technical, deep into the weeds that I wouldn't expect anybody, a general reader, to be interested in, but some are classics, some are important, some are pillars of understanding. For instance, one of the earliest, I mentioned this to you a couple of days ago, was a book called Plagues and Peoples by the historian William McNeill. It was published back in about 1976. I read it in about 1980. And it's very important because it is essentially, it's a history of the world seen through the lens of plagues. And it reveals how important, how inflectionary plagues have been. Professor Tamari mentioned, I think it was Professor Tamari mentioned the plague of Athens in Thucydides, and that's certainly one signal instance. But infectious disease in general, plagues in particular, have been very important in shaping human history, and it's good for anybody to know that. There's the whole literature of the AIDS pandemic, with some books that have been very important in terms of the popular understanding of AIDS. Randy Schultz published a book, And the Band Played On. Peter Piot published a book, No Time to Lose. Peter Piot was one of the scientists who worked on Ebola during its first outbreak and later became head of the UN AIDS agency. Peter Piot. A number of others. There is one titled The River by Edward Hooper, a 900-page book that traces and propounds the oral polio vaccine theory of the origins of AIDS, a theory which I rush to say is false, has been definitively proven false. But he spent years and years and 900 pages arguing that the AIDS pandemic began because of ill-advised and reckless, non-consensual oral polio vaccine trials with a vaccine against polio that was made from chimpanzee cells instead of kidney cells and incorporated the chimpanzee virus SIV chimp that became the pandemic strain of AIDS. Again, it's a fascinating book, but it's wrong from front to back. I read it when I was writing about the origins of AIDS for my book Spillover. It was important for me to know just how far wrong conspiracy thinking about origins of a pandemic, we see that again right now, how far off track that could take a person. These are books, some of them, that I think could richly inform the imaginations, and I stress inform as well as imaginations of fiction writers.
I wonder if we could think a little bit about the difference in either reading pandemic literature or writing about pandemics during a time of the sense of urgency of a global pandemic versus at a time when there may be smaller outbreaks of epidemics that are not quite at the pandemic level. So actually, you've had that experience in writing Spillover at a time when there were these smaller outbreaks, but there was nothing like the SARS-CoV-2 global pandemic. And then more recently, in working on the book Breathless, you were writing it and conducting the research with various types of restrictions and complications because the pandemic was raging as you were working on Breathless. Could you compare the experience of working on these two major books about pandemic disease during different eras?
I could, yeah, as you say, very different books. Spillover, the subtitle is Animal Infections and the Next Human Pandemic. It was published in 2012. I started it in about 2006 or 2007 when I got more deeply interested in this subject of zoonotic diseases. Viruses and other pathogens that come from wild animals get into humans and cause disease outbreaks or worse, epidemics or pandemics. And Spillover took me 5 years. I traveled around the world. I was on rooftops of abandoned warehouses in Bangladesh with the people trapping bats to look for Nipah virus, and I was climbing in caves in southern China with people looking for the original SARS virus, and bat samplers in Australia looking for Hendra virus. And I wrote about all these different kinds of pathogen that cause outbreaks and potentially pandemics. And I followed what has always been my principle in nonfiction writing, which is go there. One of my important principles in nonfiction writing, go there. If you're going to write about Ebola killing gorillas in Central Africa, go there with a biologist who's going to study that. And I did that with Spillover. And it's a fairly long and somewhat sprawling book geographically and sprawling through history as well, the history of these ideas. And at the end of that, end of the research, I asked a number of leading disease scientists, well, is there a new pandemic coming? If so, what does it look like? And they told me, and I published in the book, a consensual version of what they were saying. Yes, this is in 2012. Yes, there's a pandemic coming. It'll be caused by a virus. What kind of a virus? Well, one emerging from a wild animal of some sort. What kind of wild animal? Well, very possibly a bat. What particular sort of virus? Well, probably an RNA virus rather than a DNA virus, more evolvable, different kind of genome, such as an influenza virus or a coronavirus. Where might it get into humans? Oh, well, perhaps in some sort of a wet market situation, such as in China. So that was all in my book in 2012. And then when COVID began, I got a lot of calls from media outlets and other people around the world saying, talk to us about how you foresaw, you prophesied this. And I made clear I did not prophesy anything. I reported what the scientists were saying based on very good information and understanding of what was likely to happen. And then my publisher asked me to do a book about the pandemic. So I stopped another book that I was working on, and I agreed to write a book about the pandemic, but I couldn't go there. I couldn't travel. So I finally figured out how to do it. And I did it with this. I did it with this laptop sitting in this room using this program, Zoom. And over the course of the first 6 months of 2021, I did extended Zoom interviews with 95 of the leading virologists around the world who are working on SARS-CoV-2. And I asked them about their work, their understanding of the virus, and about their lives during the pandemic, their lives, not just as scientists, but as lab leaders and as teachers and as parents of young children or children of elderly parents. I talked with young graduate students in Edinburgh. I talked with leading virologists in Europe. I talked with Tony Fauci. I talked with George Gao, head of the China CDC. I talked with a lot of the well-known experts. And then based on their voices, I wrote a biography of the virus. Again, sitting in this room. It was a very busy year. It all happened during 2021 on a deadline of December 31st that year.
Yeah, so the title, Breathless, I think has meanings on many levels. Even the process of writing it at such a pace with such a sense of urgency, frantic urgency, feels breathless, but also, of course, the breathlessness of the experience of COVID. Maybe you even had COVID as you were working on the book.
No, I had COVID right as my book tour was supposed to begin. The first time I got COVID was right as my book tour was supposed to begin. So I had to cancel a couple of events until I was clear. But Scott, tell me a little bit about your reading and your thinking during this particular pandemic as a literary scholar, your view of the nonfiction and the fiction that has come out of COVID-19 so far.
Yeah, well, I was gonna, as I suggested earlier, my interest in environmental literature has often been from the psychological perspective. What is our how do we think about ourselves as we explore our relationship to the other, to the especially the non-human other? And I've been particularly fascinated as I've experienced the SARS-CoV-2 pandemic in what we can learn about our own nature and our sense of peril What does it mean to be imperiled or vulnerable? I mean, we've long had this sense that some people are more at risk, more vulnerable than others. But one of the fascinating things to me, especially during the early months and the initial year or so of the SARS-CoV-2 pandemic, was the way there was a kind of universal sense of peril. All of us were nervous about our safety. We were wearing masks. We were maintaining social distance. We curtailed many of our activities. And for me, not only was that a worrisome time, but it was an intriguing time because it suggested that we could very quickly change our behavior and change our mindset and take risk seriously and try to alter our behavior because we felt there was some sort of peril afoot. And as someone who spends a lot of time thinking about other types of precarities in the world, climate change precarity, the spread of toxic material, microplastic pollution, the implications of various types of extinction that are going on right now. We're in the midst of the 6th extinction. But we don't take it seriously. We don't think about it. Many of these perils are invisible to us. And so we don't act upon them, even though we should in various ways, individually and on a societal level, be changing policies and behaviors in order to respond to these global threats. But suddenly, with the recent pandemic, we were altering our behavior in very dramatic ways. So I found myself reading about and writing about the psychology of the pandemic, and especially this notion of that we all have the potential to behave more mindfully and carefully if we feel that the risks are serious enough. I've also been interested in possibly using pandemic literature and culture as a way of promoting a salutary, healthy mindfulness. You know, if you read about the extreme precautions, the isolations and lockdowns that people are experiencing during a pandemic, might that trigger in us an openness to the possibility of being more cautionary in other circumstances. As I began to read more and more plague literature during the recent pandemic, I found myself developing some experiments with social scientists using texts such as Peter Heller's The Dog Stars, which is set in the aftermath of an influenza epidemic that has, perhaps in a scientifically false way, killed off much of the American population. And there are just a few scattered individuals and communities living. And in Peter Heller's novel, The Dog Stars, this one character and his dog living in the state of Colorado tend to be flying over the landscape in a small airplane, noticing the emptiness, the lack of human activity. And so there are moments of extreme precaution and a sense of danger, and then other moments of placid calmness that fascinate me in that the way the character's mind, the main character, whose name is Hig, vacillates between this calmness and appreciation of life and the world and a sense of very anxious fear about his own safety. And I would like to continue to explore this kind of thing in future work. What is it that enables the human mind to move so swiftly between a sense of being at risk and a sense of safety? And how might we actually use pandemic culture perhaps to guide us toward an appropriate cautionary sensibility regarding many other types of risks that we face in the world?
Mm-hmm. You know, I haven't read The Dog Stars, Peter Heller's novel, but your mention of that, Scott, and the way you framed that puts me in mind of one of my own very favorite works of fiction, of post-apocalyptic fiction, and that's Cormac McCarthy's The Road. And it's not, if I recall correctly, it's not ever defined what the apocalypse was that yielded this post-apocalyptic world. It could have been disease, it could have been nuclear catastrophe. It's not important to the humanity of that book. I consider it a magnificent, harrowing, terrifying, wonderful book. But that also, and I know we've got only maybe a minute or two before we should go to questions. So I'll say this quickly, and then if you have thoughts on it, you can say something quickly, and then I guess we go to questions. But it occurs to me that the nuclear threat hasn't gone away, but it's not as psychologically pressing as it seemed when I was growing up in the 1950s and when I was a teenager in the 1960s, going through the Cuban Missile Crisis and puberty at the same time. Not an experience I recommend. In later years, I think much of the post-apocalyptic literature has been disease-related, has been plague-related. It's been after the plague sorts of post-apocalyptic literature. And the scholars who are going to be discussing this over the next 2 days will have a much better overview of this than I do. But doesn't it seem a little curious and telling that that there seems to have been that shift from the post-apocalyptic world is a world after the nuclear missiles have all been exchanged, but now the post-apocalyptic world is a world after 99% of the population has been killed by some virus?
Unfortunately, I fear that there may well be a new rash of nuclear culture, nuclear literature, given what's going on in the world right now, and the use of nuclear weapons as both a sword and a shield in the Ukraine context. And so I think that unfortunately, there's likely to be much greater risk of nuclear proliferation right now, which will lead writers and filmmakers to begin focusing on that topic. So we may be moving from the disease-related threats to the nuclear threats all over again.
Sadly, I think you've got a very good point. Yeah.
Yeah, but I was going to say, David, related to The Road, Cormac McCarthy's The Road, the same scholarly book that drew my attention to Peter Heller's The Dog Stars also features McCarthy's novel as one of the key texts related to eco-collapse and the extreme dire risk to humanity. This is Sarah McFarlane's 2021 book called Eco-Collapse Fiction and Cultures of Human Extinction. And you may argue, as you did earlier, that extinction is a little bit extreme. It's not likely to happen as a result of some kind of disease event, but these works of fiction sometimes mysteriously portray some unnamed event, catastrophic event. In McCarthy's novel, it's not clear what has led to this post-apocalyptic scenario. In Heller's novel, it's much clearer that it was a disease that led to not the entire erasure of the human species, but the wiping out of many population centers in an extreme way. So McCarthy's The Road, Peter Heller's The Dog Stars are often described in this context. I realized that we should probably move to Q&A, but David, some of the questions I really wanted to ask you were about certain technical strategies in writing about disease to bring it to life for human readers. Like biographical profiles of scientists and use of certain metaphors to clarify key concepts related to disease or the transmission of disease. And it's possible that some of the other attendees at this session would like to ask you about that. So we have a lot more we could talk about, but it's really been delightful having this conversation with you.
Likewise.
Let's invite other people who are interested to jump in with comments or questions.
Dr. Leila, are you going to moderate questions for us?
Yes, sure. Okay, so first of all, I would like to thank you very much for this very insightful, engaging, and thought-provoking discussion. You were amazing. You opened our eyes to so many topics and so many future discussions to be considered in this topic of plagues and literature. So I would like first to comment on Professor Slovik's first remark on the fact that we have a third keynote speaker, which is COVID-19, who is present with us. So welcome to the conference. Okay, so before I move to the questions that we received in the chat box, I would like to ask a question myself, and it's related to Professor Kwame's book Spillover. So you said that you are not the one who anticipated the coronavirus, but when the coronavirus COVID-19 emerged, we heard so much about movies and books that have anticipated the emergence of a new virus that will affect humans to a great extent. So what would you both tell us about the possibility of actually anticipating plagues? So how can humans anticipate the emergence and the spread of viruses? Is it because they all spill over from animals to humans in the same way that it was kind of predictable that they will emerge in our society, in our modern times? Or so what makes humans able to anticipate basically their emergence?
Scott, should I take that?
I have a brief comment to make, but why don't you go ahead and then I'll add on.
Okay. Well, I would say, Dr. Layla, that the answer to that is simply yes. It is a matter of 8 billion humans on this planet, all of us hungry, all of us consuming resources, all of us consuming food, energy, other forms of material resources that come from the natural world, which brings humans either directly or through other human proxies into contact with wild animals. All wild animals carry viruses, many of which are potentially dangerous to humans, so that as the human population, human hunger, human impact have grown, it has been inevitable that new viruses would spill into humans. It's happening all the time. Some of the scientists say spillovers are common, but pandemics are rare. But the scientists who study these things can say, yes, the single-strand RNA viruses, that includes the influenza viruses, the coronaviruses, the measles family viruses, they are the most dangerous because they evolve most quickly and are capable of switching from an animal host to human hosts. So all of these things are known through the ecology and evolutionary biology of infectious diseases, viruses in particular, and by extrapolating from the trends that we have of growing human population and human consumption pressing on the natural world. It's entirely predictable. What isn't predictable is the particulars of which virus, when, from which animal, in which particular place. Scott?
And I would just say another predictable aspect of this from a psychological perspective is that we will be surprised when it happens. Even when it's predictable, we will not predict it.
Yes.
Books such as David's Spillover can exist, indicating the probability of these spillover events, and we will still be startled out of our complacency when this does happen. And this has been one of the intriguing aspects for me of the entire SARS-CoV-2 experience, our complacency, how we can be stimulated to be very careful and cautious, and then in the next moment drift into complacency. And sometimes this is just I think a natural human tendency to ignore threats that are around us. Other times it's maybe triggered by government statements. The government can say, okay, it's safe now, you can take off your masks, and from one day to the next people will suddenly feel either anxious or calm about this biological situation that continues. The biological context is not changing from one day to the next, but our psychological attitude does change dramatically. So it's been a fascinating study in the way, for me, in the way the human mind works, having this recent COVID experience.
Yeah, this is very interesting. In fact, I was gonna also follow up on my question and say that from one hand, it's very predictable. From the other hand, COVID-19 was like the mystery of the century when it emerged. So since it's very predictable, why was it treated like a mystery from medical staff to human beings to scientists? It was, there were many question marks, although it was anticipated to happen.
David?
Well, I think one of the reasons why we weren't better prepared for it, despite all the warnings that were coming from scientists, is that preparation is relatively expensive. It's not nearly as expensive as response. You know, this COVID pandemic, set apart the cost in lives, just the economic costs, it has cost tens of trillions of dollars. To have been better prepared would have cost governments of the world probably tens of billions of dollars, a factor of 1,000. But no one could say, I mean, I could say, or the scientists that I listened to could say, there is a pandemic that's going to come, and it's going to be caused by a single-stranded RNA virus, an influenza virus or a coronavirus or a measles-like virus, and it's going to come out of a wild animal, and our contact with wild animals, as it continues, makes that more likely to happen. But then the politicians would characteristically react, well, okay, when is it going to happen? Is it going to happen between now and October a year from now when my next election occurs? Oh, you can't tell me that? You can't guarantee that? Well, then I'm not going to spend the money and the political capital to be prepared. Some of the most eminent public health people I talked to over the course of COVID have said to me that they think that has been the big problem, a failure of imagination at the political level, to realize that although preparation seems expensive, especially if it's during your term in office, it's vastly, vastly, vastly cheaper than response after the fact of a pandemic getting going.
And I also have a numerical response to this question. It has related to our flat-footed, slow response to the COVID pandemic. And this is related to exponential growth and our inability to register and appreciate exponential growth. The curve starts slowly and then begins to increase. And if you were monitoring the numbers of infections of the case, you know, they were gradually increasing until they suddenly increased dramatically to huge numbers. So the human mind struggles to appreciate exponential growth. It didn't seem like a serious problem until suddenly it was an overwhelming problem. And that's the way exponential change occurs. Also, once it's a very large phenomenon with hundreds of thousands and millions of cases and deaths, then the large numbers are numbing to us. And we don't, it's one thing to tell the story of an individual or a few individuals. And this is what the media were doing around the world, telling the stories in order to make the public pay attention. But the large numbers, the data, were numbing to us, and also I think tended to dampen or reduce reactions of various government officials, because the numbers just seemed so large that they were numbing to us. So there are various psychological explanations for the failure to react to the pandemic.
That's so true. Thank you so much for your answers. So there is a lot to say about this topic, and we could basically do another conference on this specific issue of predictability and being prepared for viruses and plagues. So thank you very much for answering this. I would like to read a few questions that came into the chat box. So the first one is for Professor Corman. And it says, the chimp and the river, how AIDS emerged from an African forest delves into the origins of HIV/AIDS pandemic. What were some of the most surprising discoveries you made during your investigation, and how did they challenge existing narratives about the disease?
Mm-hmm. Well, the chimp, thank you for that question. The Chimp in the River is a little book of mine, which actually was extracted and from my big book Spillover. It was a long chapter in Spillover, but then my publisher suggested we should publish that chapter on the origins, the ecological origins of the AIDS virus as a self-standing, independent little book with a new introduction, a bit of work by me to turn it into a complete book. The answer to the question, what I found most surprising as I read my way into the scientific literature, including the molecular phylogenetics of the origins of HIV-1 group M, which is the pandemic strain of the virus. What was most surprising came from work led by two very interesting scientists, Beatrice Hahn, a German scientist then at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, and Michael Warraby, a Canadian scientist then at the University of Arizona. Beatrice Hahn's group pinpointed the geographical origin of the chimpanzee virus that became HIV-1 group M. They found that the spillover, the original spillover from a single chimpanzee into a single human occurred in the southeastern corner of Cameroon. They could tell that by sampling viruses in chimpanzees all over Africa, and they had different versions of this SIV, simian immunodeficiency virus, but the ones in the southeastern corner of Cameroon had the one that most closely matched the origin of the entire diversity of the AIDS virus in humans. Michael Warraby's group pinpointed that event in time and showed in ways that I don't have time to describe that it occurred in 1908, give or take a margin of error. So that was what was most surprising to me and most counter to the popular understanding of the origins of AIDS, that it began, the whole pandemic began with a single spillover, probably by blood-to-blood contact, probably in a hunting incident, from a single chimpanzee to a single human in the southeastern corner of Cameroon in the very early 20th century, around 1908. Very different from what most people think of as the start of AIDS.
Very surprising indeed. Thank you very much for this answer. So the next question is also for Professor Corman. In your book, Ebola, The Natural and Human History of a Dead Virus, you explored the impact of the Ebola virus on both humans and wildlife. Could you elaborate on the discrepancies in the vulnerabilities and responses between human populations and wildlife when it comes to Ebola?
Yes, again, thank you. This Ebola is another short book that was extracted from my book Spillover and made into a self-standing book. It describes some of what I've already mentioned, the fact that Ebola virus, like any other zoonotic virus, an animal virus that spills into humans, needs a reservoir host, needs an animal in which it lives over the long period of time inconspicuously without causing symptoms. How does that come to be? Well, it probably comes to be in each case because an animal population, a particular species, gets infected with a virus, and over thousands of years, they gradually acquire a certain resistance to that virus, a certain immunity to that virus, a certain accommodation with that virus. So the virus lives within them at low concentrations, low density, low viral load, meaning not that many viral particles in each individual, and also relatively low prevalence, meaning not every individual of the population of animals is infected, but the virus circulates that way inconspicuously. That's its relationship with its reservoir host. When it spills over, it gets into that means it gets into another species of creature, spilling over into humans, for instance, or it might spill over, Ebola might spill over into chimpanzees and cause a zoonotic disease event in chimpanzees, not a pandemic, but a panzootic, not an epidemic, but an epizootic, meaning hundreds or thousands of chimpanzees in an area of Central Africa are dying of Ebola, catching it from one another. Hundreds of thousands of gorillas may be dying. And there's evidence that this has happened with the great apes, both chimps and gorillas in parts of Central Africa And that's a very important conservation consideration. Gorillas and chimpanzees are already declining species, threatened species, because of human destruction of their habitat and also because of direct hunting for food. So to have another thing, another catastrophic problem in the form of Ebola is very, very serious for them. I'll mention just one other thing in connection with this, and that is that when I was walking with that explorer through this Ebola habitat, part of the African crew that was helping him move all of his gear and create a camp in the forest each night, were French-speaking Gabonese fellows, and we sat at a campfire one night, and two of these fellows told me about the event when Ebola struck the village in which their families lived, and it killed dozens of people. It was a big deal. Outside scientists came in. I had read about this event in the scientific literature. It was at a village called Mayabut number 2 on the upper Ivindo River. And one of these fellows told me that when the virus was killing people in his village, he and his friend had also noticed a pile of 13 dead gorillas somewhere nearby in the forest, and that had struck them. 13 dead gorillas. And when he said that to me, it struck me, 13 dead gorillas. I still have the notebook in which I wrote down notes from this conversation. And I think there's even a chapter in Spillover that's entitled, it's mostly about Ebola, and it's entitled 13 Dead Gorillas. It reflected the fact that this virus was killing gorillas as well as humans. And it, for those who pay deep enough attention, it's a reminder, a salubrious reminder, that we humans are intimately part of the natural world. We're not above it. We're not separate from it. We are mammals. We are great apes. A virus that kills us can also kill gorillas and chimps. A virus that kills gorillas and chimps can also kill us. Why? Because we are so closely related to them. Those are some thoughts from that.
Thank you very much. This was very, very informative, and I'm sure that the person who asked the question is really satisfied with the answer. The next question goes to Professor Scott. So plagues can evoke complex emotions and ethical dilemmas. How can literature help us navigate these moral questions and explore interconnectedness of human, animal, and environmental health?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think often as we pay attention to the way literary characters themselves undergo emotional experiences, complex, multidimensional emotional experiences as a result of various types of threatening situations, including plagues, we can project ourselves into those characters. We can learn about ourselves by reading the stories of literary characters. And so it's a way for us to explore and experiment with our own experience. And then I think the trick is not simply to lose ourselves in the fantasy of identifying with artistic characters, but then to draw the experience of reading or viewing a film back into our own lives and try to learn from the literary experience as we return to our own life in the world. And so at least that's the way I find myself richly informed and guided by my own exposure to literature. And I wanted to just tag on to what David just said at the end there about learning about the fundamental connectedness between human beings and other species on the planet. This has been one of the silver linings of the recent pandemic. I think there are various silver linings, things that we've learned if we bother to pay attention and register the lessons that we've received. One of them is that we do not exist in a free-floating ether separate from other species on the planet. We are part of the ecological complexity of the planet, and what happens in the world matters intrinsically, but it also matters for human experience and for the fate and future of our own species. And so it's important for us not simply to put the recent pandemic behind us and forget about it and move forward with our quote unquote normal lives. I think we have been given a strange gift in this pandemic if we bother to pay attention and learn from it. And one of the lessons is that we are part of this interconnected ecosystem that spans the entire planet.
Definitely. I really hope that the pandemic will has taught us lessons that we will carry on with us for the rest of our lives. We're running out of time, but I have a few questions that I would like to share with you. So the next one also goes to Professor Scott Slovic. So your work emphasizes the importance of empathy and understanding in addressing environmental crises. How can we cultivate empathy and compassion through literature storytelling to foster a more compassionate response to plagues and their aftermath? I think it's very related to the previous question.
Yeah, to emotion, the emotion of empathy and concern. And I think we've been challenged by the experience of the actual pandemic to hear the stories of individuals who are afflicted, families that have been directly afflicted by COVID, even if we ourselves have not had that direct experience. And so I think there are many moments throughout this experience over the past few years when we have been challenged to be empathetic, to pay attention, to register the meaning of people who have been suffering from COVID and for those who have died as a result of COVID. So I think it's important for us to try to determine what is it that makes us care. Why do some stories have an impact on us and other types of stories or other information about the recent pandemic have not had that kind of powerful effect on us. And so often, as I've said in my own writing, based on the psychological research, you take a large situation and many cases of suffering people, and you have to somehow focus the attention on certain individuals because of what psychologists call the singularity effect, the power of the individual story in order to, as a way of capturing our attention and our emotional concern in a way that vast statistics will not. And so I think even in representing the science and the way that David does, he's working with a lot of data and a lot of different examples. And David, as someone who grew up writing fictional narratives, understands as he turns to nonfiction the power of focusing the narrative on individual stories that represent larger situations, larger phenomena. So this is an important aspect of what it is that inspires us to feel empathy. We can empathize with the individual or with the small scale in a much more effective way than you can with a larger, more abstract subject. And so we've spoke a little bit at the beginning of this conversation about the differences between fiction and nonfiction, but actually many of the techniques of fictional storytelling can be extremely important in non-fictional representation of important subjects, such as the scientific subjects that David writes about so powerfully.
Absolutely. And I think that the next question is closely related to what you were saying, Professor Slovic, in the sense that which stories are we do we usually focus on? And this is concerned with minorities. So how can literature and narratives centered around indigenous voices and minorities shed light on the unique challenges and perspectives in the face of disease outbreaks?
I think of this in terms of environmental justice and questions of precarity, different levels of vulnerability and exposure. So in the environmental justice literature, it seems very important to point out that certain types of vulnerable communities are more at risk than others for various reasons. Exposure to certain either technological or environmental risks, and also either the availability of resources or the lack of resources to protect these communities from these risky situations. So, I find myself thinking of work by scholars such as Pramod K. Nayar from the University of Hyderabad in India, who's written a series of books and articles about precarity and what he calls the biopolitical and environmental justice aspects of precarity. And I think one of the things that we can learn from the recent pandemic experience is that certain groups of people were more exposed to COVID than others because of where they lived and the types of jobs that they had. So, of course, there were frontline workers in the medical professions and their unequal exposure to the risks of the disease. But also, this is something that a lot of people might not immediately think of, but when there was a Swedish website called Bifrost Online that published a set of environmental humanities articles on the pandemic in May of 2020. And one of the articles focuses on prisoners in jail and how people in jail, who often were, at least in the United States, disproportionately people of certain racial groups, these people, they could not socially distance. They could not separate themselves from each other. They were packed together in very dangerous situations, and they were particularly vulnerable to exposure to the disease. So the predicament and the vulnerability of people who are in prison is an aspect of environmental justice that we might not normally have been aware of. And so I think if the experience of the recent pandemic made us more aware of the unequal levels of vulnerability of different members of our communities, that would help to sensitize us to the notion that we have various types of injustice in our societies that make people more at risk, some people more at risk than others. And that's a good thing for us to carry with us and keep in mind, even as we move to another phase of the pandemic.
Definitely. Thank you very much, actually, for bringing in the proportion of the society. So people who are in prisons, usually we do not really see them feature in social media or in
I think Dr. Layla has frozen, at least on my feed.
Yeah, for me too.
Dr. Layla, we've lost your feed, lost your audio, at least some of us.
Yes, it's okay. Well, we're ahead of time. Hello again. We still have two last questions if you want to comment on them. We have a question from Dr. Stephen Tamari. And a last one. Dr. Slavik pointed to the idea that plagues may actually have benefits, such as increased care of ourselves and the environment. I am reminded of a medieval Egyptian writer, Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani's Merits of the Plague, which was translated into English during the COVID-19. Are there other examples of the counterintuitive idea that there are benefits related to plagues and pandemics? And the last question, expecting something to happen and reproducing something that happened are different. How could they be presented in fiction? So these are the last questions, and we end our session.
I'll say very quickly that I saw Dr. Tamari's question in the chat, just as Scott was to some degree answering that, I think, earlier, responding to that. And I would add to Scott's response that one of the silver linings, I suppose, of a pandemic such as this, of any zoonotic pandemic, is not only reminding people that we are part of the natural world, that animal viruses can become our viruses, but reminding us also that there are consequences to our population scale and our consumption. And I've mentioned this also earlier. There are 8 billion of us. We're consuming resources. We're consuming wildlife as food. We're consuming timber. We're building mining camps in tropical forests. We're destroying these very rich habitats. And as one consequence of that, we are exposing ourselves to new viruses. So when the consequence becomes catastrophic, it draws attention to the process. And it's the job of people who explain science, including myself, to make that connection for people, so people see this pandemic that came from some animal, came from some bat somewhere, whether you're talking about COVID or some other very dangerous outbreak of a bat-borne virus. This is not happening just because some marginalized poor people who are living in villages in Southeast Asia or in Central Africa are doing something they shouldn't do. Oh, no, they're killing bats for food. It's happening because all of us are putting demands on those forests. It's very possible that those people, say in Africa, who are eating porcupines or bats and exposing them to viruses, are doing that because they are miners in the Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo, working hard to get coltan and cobalt to power the devices that we affluent people around the world need, demand, and buy. This laptop, all of our laptops don't function without cobalt and coltan. Our smartphones don't function without cobalt and coltan. Our electric vehicles, if we have them, don't function without cobalt batteries. And all of that consumer chain is putting pressure on people in the Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo to dig in the dirt with their hands and with shovels to extract these minerals. So a pandemic can be, I believe the term is a teaching moment or a learning opportunity. If we who have the opportunity explain these connections clearly enough and forcefully enough to the general public.
I strongly agree. Let us try to hold on to these teaching opportunities that we've had as a result of the pandemic. And I think one of these opportunities is the inspiration to hold a conference like this, to bring together people to think about pandemics and the culture of pandemics in a way that I had not really heard of in the past. Perhaps there have been groups of scholars and artists interested in pandemics who've convened to have conversations like this one in the past, but I have not been aware of that until now. And so if the organization of this very conference is a result of the recent and ongoing pandemic, then that's a good thing. And I hope there will be continued opportunities to think about the meaning of the pandemic and not merely to rush forward to a time that we would call normal. I think the hasty return to normalcy and the failure to register the lessons of the COVID pandemic is problematic. So we should try to continue to learn from this, and that will be one of the benefits of what we've all experienced in the past few years. And I don't actually have a clear way of responding to the second question that was mentioned about expecting something to happen versus reproducing something that has already happened, and how this could be represented in fiction. And I'm sure David and I could come up with some responses, but I actually think that this is the sort of question that may be explored in the other presentations during the conference, which will discuss various writers and the way they represent imagined plagues and actual plagues through various fictional techniques. So I encourage you to listen to each other's talks, and you'll find some answers.
And
So
Scott
thank
and I were privileged to begin our session early, and now we have made you late. So we are eager to get off the stage and let you get on with your program. With deep thanks for including us.
Not at
Thank
all.
you.
It was actually a pleasure for us and an honor to listen to you, and especially in the Q&A session, everyone had the chance to ask their questions, and I'm sure that they have taken food for thought now from your responses. So I would like to thank you again for being with us and for accepting our invitation. And I hope you will have the chance to listen to some of the presentations and maybe ask the speakers some of the questions to enrich and enlighten their future research with your expertise and experience in the field of plagues and plague literature. Paula, I think that now we should move to Dr. Badriya Khalil. We should give her the floor to introduce the first plenary session.
I hope I'm quite audible to my colleagues and my friends. And before starting off with this first session of today's conference, I'm really very thankful to the guest keynote speakers and this, the guests over here, the participants who are with us. I believe that this is the time where we haven't only discussed about the pros and cons that the pandemic or the COVID-19 itself actually offered us with. But, today's session, today's interaction has actually taken us back to the times where we actually faced a lot of trouble. And the trouble was not just with our daily routine or with life or with the kind of things that we were facing. It was with us. It was something that was going on within us. We were battling with so much, and not only so much, we actually confronted a lot of problems in terms of interaction. And that was the time when we actually got introduced with this concept of maintaining social distance. And yes, and that resulted in a lot of other problems as well, psychological, social, everything. We went a lot. We have faced a lot. And I must say that today's discussions, today's opening talks, they actually brought us back. They actually provided us with an opportunity to revisit the kind of tragic moments, the tragic times that we were been to. As you know that we are about to begin with our first plenary session, and the title, today's researchers are already on the list, and they are very much quite prominent on the screen now. Without any further delay, I would like to call upon Dr. Maria to actually share her research with us. And I believe she is with us, Dr. Maria. Dr. Maria. I believe Dr. Khala, she is with us.
Well, I'm not sure, but I'm scrolling down the participants.
Okay, should we, if she's facing some kind of a technical issue right now, allow me to call the next one, Dr. Mohammed. We are just going to wait for a while because I believe the participants must be facing some kind of technical issue because technology is not reliable. We have our own list. The very first one, Dr. Maria. Second, we have Dr. Mohammed Sanase. Dr. Lamia Belford, Dr. Nadia.
Dr. Lamia is here. Will you start, please, your presentation? Lamia Belford.
Yes, that would be great. Dr. Lamia, I believe you are here now with us.
Yes, good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon and a very warm welcome.
Thank
The
you
floor
very
is
much.
all yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I start? So I'm
Sure.
going-
Please,
Okay.
we are the organizing board, so if you can please share your camera, if you can open it. Thank you.
I'm going to share my, yes, okay. Yes.
Go ahead.
Is the screen shared, please? Is the screen shared?
Yeah.
Yes, it's quite visible to all of us. You may proceed further with your presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Well, this is Dr. Belford Lamia from ENS Vlagouat, Algeria. First of all, I would like to thank all the organizers, in particular Dr. Khawla Benjamil, and all the organizers, technicians, for the online national conference invitation. Thank you very much for this invitation. Well, my presentation is entitled Vaccines and Pandemics in Science Fiction, analyzing the ethical implications of distribution in the children of men and the wind-up girl. Okay, so as the concerns the outline of this presentation, here we have present purpose of the presentation, the introduction, background of the COVID-19 pandemic and the significance of vaccine distribution, the methodology, the analysis framework for exploring ethical implications, the analysis of the Children of Men, 2006, the analysis of the Wind-Up Girl, 2009, and we are going to have the comparative analysis and the comparison of the portrayal of vaccine distribution in different contexts. We are going to conclude with a discussion. Well, the purpose of this paper is to explore how science, can I, please, I need your help. So okay. Yes, okay. Well, the purpose of this paper is to explore how science fiction literature depicts the distribution of vaccines during the pandemics and to analyze the ethical implications of access, equity, and governance within these narratives. So by examining the two notable works of science fiction of Phyllis Dorothy James, The Children of Men, and Paolo Bacigalupi's The Wind-Up Girl, we aim to delve into the ways in which these texts grapple with the multifaceted issues surrounding vaccine distribution. Well, this paper is relevant in the current global context as the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the urgent need for ethical deliberation and action in vaccine distribution. And by analyzing the ethical implications presented in these science fiction works, we hope to gain insights into the complexities of real-world vaccine distribution and contribute to the ongoing discussions surrounding equity, justice, and the moral responsibilities of individuals and societies in times of crisis. Well, as an introduction, we can say that COVID-19 pandemic has swept across the globe, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake as nations struggle to contain the virus and mitigate its impact on public health. Sorry for my voice. Well, the development and distribution of vaccines have emerged as critical tools in our collective fight against the pandemic. However, the process of vaccine distribution raises profound ethical questions regarding access, equity, and governance. In this context, science fiction literature offers a unique and valuable perspective, allowing us to delve into the ethical implications of vaccine distribution during pandemics. This paper explores how science fiction literature portrays the distribution of science vaccines in the context of pandemics and examines the ethical implications concerning access, equity, and governance. And the analysis focuses on these two works, The Children of Men and The Wind-Up Girl. For the background of the COVID-19 pandemic and the significance of vaccine distribution, we can say that the COVID-19 pandemic caused by the novel coronavirus has had a profound and unprecedented impact on the world. So since its emergence in late 2019, the virus has spread rapidly, leading to millions of infections and deaths worldwide. Governments, healthcare systems, and communities have grappled with the immense challenges posed by the pandemic, including the need for effective vaccines to curb the spread of the virus and protect populations. Well, the equitable distribution of vaccines has proven to be a complex and multifaceted issue. Disparities in access to vaccines, both within and between countries, have highlighted deep-rooted inequalities and raised ethical questions surrounding the fair allocation of limited resources. Well, for the, okay. For this study, two primary texts have been selected for analysis. So Phyllis Doherty's James, The Children of Men, and Paulo Bachica Lopez, The Wind-Up Girl. These works were chosen due to their exploration of vaccine distribution in the context of pandemics, as well as their significant contributions to the science fiction genre. Well, The Children of Men by Phyllis Doherty's James presents a dystopian future where humanity faces infertility, making the discovery of a pregnant woman a glimmer of hope. The novel delves into the ethical and political challenges arising from the distribution of hope-inducing treatments and potential vaccines. Well, this work is particularly relevant as it raises questions about the allocation of limited resources, the ethics of prioritization, and the implications of power dynamics in vaccine distribution. Whereas the Wind-Up Girl is set in a post-apocalyptic world ravaged by genetic engineering and bioterrorism. The novel explores the complex relationship between technology, power, and vaccines in a society grappling with both environmental and health crises. Well, to explore the ethical implications of vaccine distribution in The Children of Men and The Wind-Up Girl, an analysis framework is employed. Well, this analysis draws upon ethical theories and frameworks such as distributive justice, utilitarianism, and principles of fairness to critically examine the actions and consequences depicted in the text. Through this analytical framework, the study seeks to gain insights into the ways science fiction literature grapples with the ethical challenges of vaccine distribution during pandemics, providing a foundation for broader discussions on the subject. Well, let's now analyze The Children of Men. The portrayal of vaccine distribution in The Children of Men highlights the ethical complexities surrounding access, allocation, and control. It raises questions about the responsibility of governing bodies to ensure fair and just distribution, rather than allowing power dynamics and political motives to influence the process. Well, the novel prompts readers to consider the moral implications of decisions that may favor certain individuals or groups while neglecting others. The Children of Men, access to potential vaccines or treatments becomes a symbol of power and privilege. The novel also explores the theme of equity by highlighting the disparities in access to healthcare and resources among different social classes. Well, the privileged elite have greater access to medical facilities and treatments, while the marginalized and impoverished face significant barriers. This depiction underscores the need for fair and just distribution strategies that prioritize those most in need, rather than perpetuating existing social inequalities. Furthermore, the novel challenges the concept of governance itself and questions the moral responsibilities of those in power. By examining these themes, The Children of Men offers a critical perspective on the ethical implications of vaccine distribution. It also prompts the reader to reflect on the importance of access, equity, and responsible governance in times of crisis, emphasizing the need for ethical decision-making and the fair allocation of resources in the face of global health challenges. Now, as concerns the wind-up girl, vaccines play a significant role in the narrative as a means to combat and prevent diseases in a world plagued and rampant biological threats. The novel explores the ethical implications of vaccine distribution within a society where power and control are concentrated in the hands of corporations and governments. Access to vaccines becomes a commodity, with the wealthy and privileged having a greater opportunity for protection, while the marginalized and vulnerable are left at a disadvantage. Well, the portrayal of vaccines in the novel raises important ethical questions regarding the equitable distribution of life-saving treatments. It prompts readers to consider the consequences of a system that prioritizes profit and power over the well-being of the general population. Well, the examination of the role of genetic engineering in vaccine development and distribution. This novel delves into the complex interplay between genetic engineering and the development of distribution of vaccines. Genetic engineering plays a significant role in shaping the world of the novel, with corporations manipulating and patenting the genetic resources for profit. This creates a power dynamic where access to advanced technologies, including vaccines, becomes controlled by a select few. Well, identification of common ethical themes in both novels. This is a comparison between the two, where The Children of Men and The Wind-Up Girl both explore several common ethical themes in the context of vaccine distribution during pandemics. So one theme here is the tension between power and morality. Both novels depict a world where those in positions of authority manipulate the distribution of vaccines for their own gain, disregarding the ethical implications and leaving the marginalized and vulnerable at a disadvantage. This raises questions about the responsibility of those in power to prioritize the well-being of all individuals and ensure equitable access to life-saving interventions. Another common ethical theme is the exploration of social inequality and access to healthcare. So both novels depict societies where access to vaccines is heavily influenced by social status, wealth, and privilege. Well, The Children of Men and The Wind-Up Girl present distinct contexts for the portrayal of vaccine distribution. Well, in The Children of Men, the infertility crisis leads to a desperate quest for hope and a potential cure. The novel emphasizes the ethical dilemmas surrounding the allocation of limited resources and the prioritization of certain individuals or groups, the power dynamics and political motivations that influence vaccine distribution raise concern our concerns about fairness, transparency, and the responsible use of power. On the other hand, the Wind-Up Girl explores vaccine distribution within a world shaped by genetic engineering. So the novel highlights the consequences of unregulated technological advancements and the potential for vaccines to become commodities controlled by powerful corporations. Well, let's now discuss the findings from the analysis of these novels have broader implications for real-world vaccine distribution ethics during pandemics. So the novels shed light on the ethical challenges that arise when power dynamics, political motives, and social inequalities influence access to life-saving interventions. They prompt us to critically examine our own society's approach to vaccine distribution, questioning the fairness of allocation and strategies, and the prioritization of certain groups and the responsibility of the governments and institutions to ensure equitable access for all. Well, the analysis of The Children of Men and The Wind-Up Girl underscores the value of science fiction literature in addressing ethical questions surrounding pandemics and vaccine distribution. And here, it is important to note the importance of science fiction, since it provides a unique and valuable perspective that allows us to explore hypothetical scenarios, challenge existing power structures, and question the ethical implications of technological advancements. Through these narratives, we are prompted to reflect on the consequences to our actions and decisions, both individually and collectively, and consider alternative approaches to ethical dilemmas. So science fiction literature serves as a powerful tool for fostering critical thinking, empathy, and ethical consciousness, offering valuable insights and alternative perspectives to inform real-world decision-making processes. As a conclusion, we can say that science fiction literature holds immense value in examining the ethical implications of vaccine distribution during pandemics. We can say that the analysis of The Children of Men and The Wind-Up Girl reveals the ethical complexities associated with vaccine distribution during pandemics. So these novels highlight the importance of equitable access, responsible governance, and addressing systemic inequalities. Moreover, science fiction literature offers a valuable platform for exploring and discussing the ethical implications of vaccine distribution, ultimately aiding our understanding of the ethical considerations that arise in times of crisis. So it encourages us to envision a more just and equitable future, guiding us in making ethical decisions to ensure the well-being of all individuals during global health challenges. And finally, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for such a wonderful presentation. Without any further delay, I would like to continue with the next presentation on list, and that is Dr. Nadia.
Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Nadia, if you could just continue with your presentation. And I would like to request the presenters to take a good care of the time slot, which is there in the schedule. So 10 minutes for the presentation, and we are very much interested in your analysis. So the floor is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Badriya. So dear organizers of the conference, committee members, ladies and gentlemen, greetings and Eid Mubarak to all Muslim participants. We're both honored and delighted to be with you today to participate in this remarkable international conference on pandemic literature. First of all, we would like to thank everyone today for being a part of this prestigious event. We'd also like to offer great thanks to all those who have been involved in organizing this conference. Me, Dr. Nadia Ghunan from Saida University, and my partner, Dr. Hana Rabbahi from Maghnia University Center, will explore the Arabic literature of pandemic by shedding light on one of the most read novels through the last 3 years. And among these novels, we've got Ahlam al-Qiyama by Muhammad Jamal, which is translated later on into English as Dreams of Resurrection. Just a second to share my PowerPoint. So epidemics is not a new topic in literature, and many literary masterpieces that with epidemics. However, the outbreak of COVID-19 gives a new vision of how people suffer the spread of the virus, death, disease, and healing. According to SAF 2021, it has become a common observation that the coronavirus outbreak makes it feel like we are living in a dystopian novel right now. It is unwelcome new territory for us, but humanity has been here before many times and written about pandemics. Literature of pandemics investigates topics related to human painful experience by exposing topics related to health, disease, healing, and death. In his part, Tika et al. 2021 pointed out that pandemic literature stressed or addressed various illnesses, mostly cholera and influenza plagues. And some of these writers, we've got, for example, Catherine Ann Porter, we've got D.H. Lawrence, we've got Thomas Wolfe, and we've got also T.S. Eliot. And the authors translated their knowledge of real pandemics through their fictional characters. As far as contemporary pandemic literature, Stock in his part 2021 clarified that the focus of contemporary pandemic literature was more on social and political issues rather than on illness, disease, and death. And among these issues, we've got race, imperialism, globalization, and colonialism, which are reflected as metaphors, for example, in many works that are regarded as a part of pandemic literature. As far as, of course, the themes that are found in pandemic literature, the most dominant feature, we've got fear and anxiety, which led to stress and trauma later on. According to the author or the researcher this month, 2021, fear and anxiety are considered as the most dominant feature of pandemic literature, especially the fear of death after the huge loss of lives. Another here feature that the author or the researcher added was suicide ideation and completion, and clarifying these factors as, of course, the factors that led to, we've got social isolation, lack of social support, and belonging in communities, particularly during the lockdown, as with COVID-19. Illness and healing are also important themes in pandemic literature, although they are not new as far as the literature of plagues is concerned. And we've got, lastly, social and political themes include questions of race, imperialism, and globalization, and these topics are, of course, intertwined. When it comes to pandemics in Arabic literature, as with any world literature, Arab writers write about epidemics. Most of them even predict some illnesses, representing pandemics was obvious mainly in Arabic poetry, like, for example, the poem Cholera by Nazik al-Malaika, while others went to translate masterpieces written in other languages. However, few writings dealt with pandemics in Arabic literature compared to world literature. As far as our novel is concerned, so Ahlam al-Qiyama, or Dreams of Resurrection, is a novel written by the Egyptian writer Muhammad Jamal in 2018 and translated by Sarah Mahmoud into English in 2019. And the novel predicts the COVID-19, the emergence or the outbreak of the COVID-19. So the novel predicted the flu virus that will invade and contaminate the whole world. Although the story takes place in Egypt, and the author shows how the virus spread to the whole world, mainly Italy, then India and London. As far as characterization is concerned, so through reading the novel, we can feel the connection between the characters. For example, the personal relationship between the protagonist, our protagonist, Nabil Al-Masri, and his close friend, Muhib, who is an essential access to connect the reader with the person, his principles, subconscious and dreams. And the author introduces the notion of karma. The notion of karma is an important notion in Hindus and Buddhist traditions. Since the author was here influenced by Buddhist and Hindu traditions, it refers to the principle of how the individual's behavior can affect the whole society, or what we call in Arabic, or what we know in Arabic, مبدأ السببية. This means that good intention and good actions contribute to good karma and future happiness, and bad intention and bad actions contribute to bad karma and future suffering. Now we move on to here style with my partner, Dr. Hana Rabbahi. The floor is yours, dear.
Thank you, dear Dr. Nadia. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. So as far as the style is concerned, the writer depends on magic realism to convey his story. Therefore, he blends the details of the real world with the supernatural phenomena prediction. Nabil, the hero, is guided through his dreams, which are woven brilliantly with reality to add a dramatic effect to the incidents. The author focuses on symbolism. Every selected name or item has a role in the novel. The names of the main characters play an important role in reflecting their destinies and roles in the novels. That is to say, Nabil, which means noble, Aurora, dawn, and Muhib, Karen. Many other symbols appear in Nabil's dreams, such as the cross, the lotus flower, Muhib's glasses, the pose, and some Arab singers. As far as interpretations of dreams are concerned, the writer's ability to link the imagination and dreams of the hero to reality despite the huge amounts of surrealism in dreams, which reflects a strong creative ability and mastery in the use of language. But he sympathizes with him and maybe he sees him as good. This mixing of feelings and the reader's inability to make a direct judgment, or even without being sure of it, indicates his ability to delve into people's feelings and emotions. The novel as a part of pandemic literature. We may say that the novel describes the spread of a virus that is a result of a flu virus. It describes how it spreads quickly and affects human hands, leading to incubation and death by the end. All the themes that can be found in pandemic literature are also found in the novel, including fear of the spread of the virus. Illness, most people worldwide were ill and healing through their search for a vaccine. Trauma and suffering are also present in the novel, where can find that the poor class suffers from injustice on one hand and how individuals suffer from the virus until their death in the other hand. Now, as far as the travel is concerned, travel representation has two sides in the novel. One is negative, through which the author shows how travel helps in spreading the virus first to Italy, London, India, and then to the whole world. On the other side of the corner, the author shows the positive side of travel and how the author struggles through his journey from Egypt to Italy and then to India, looking for a cure to save his friend's life. When it comes to dreams of resurrection and the prediction of COVID-19, we may say that the novel starts with discovering 35 dead people on a golf course, where many holes were found. The only one who was alive is the protagonist, Nabil Al-Masri. Later on, they discover that the virus is the result of SARS, and it spread from Egypt to Italy through airports and travel. Billions of people died in Italy, The same scene that happened in the real situation was reported in the novel. Then it spreads from Italy to London and India. The only difference is that China was replaced by Egypt as the first country where the virus starts. Mohammed Jamal also told about the world powers' motives and how they competed to get the cure. The author also showed that people start taking masks and governments instructed laws to reduce the quick transition of the virus. He gave a percentage of the death rate that was similar to the rate that took place after the COVID outbreak. To sum up, we may say that the first glimpse into the novel, the reader can classify the story among detective stories, since it started with the discovery of 35 dead people by a detective on a golf course. It can also be included in the literature of crime and suspense. However, through deep reading, one can recognize that it sheds light on an epidemic. Throughout our readings, we also found that the writer was influenced by cinematographic images and showed the ability to use narrative tools in creating distinctive visual scenes. Through interpreting the dreams of Nabil al-Masri, we also found that the author used dreams to show the characters' fear, stress, and wishes to find an end to the epidemic. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your considerable attention. All your comments, pieces of advice, and questions are welcome. Thank you, President. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much for such a wonderful presentation. And I would like to request the audience to keep their questions well preserved for the Q&A session. Now, I would like to proceed further with the next presentation. Dr. Fatma Zahra, are you there, my dear? And I would like to request Dr. Hanan to stop sharing the screen so that we'll be able to continue. Dr. Fatma Zahra. Are you there, my dear? Dr. Fatima Zahra. Yes, she is there. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, and your slides are quite visible to all of us. Thank you so much.
Okay, that's great.
Okay.
Right. بعد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أطيب المرسلين. السلام عليكم جميعا. Hello to everyone. As already announced, I am Dr. Fatima Zahra Belkhair from the University of Tlemcen, country of Algeria, and I'm here to present to you this presentation entitled Teachers' Narratives on Their Teaching Practices and Challenges During COVID-19 Pandemic, the case of the Department of English, University of Tlemcen, Algeria. In this presentation, I would follow up with these sections. First, introduction, then statement of the problem, objectives of the study, research questions, research design, results and discussion, implementations and conclusions at the end. So we start with the introduction. Actually, the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic has Dr. Fatma? Dear Dr.
Yes?
Fatma, I apologize for interrupting you, but your slides are not moving. Do you know this?
Actually, I am moving down here, but maybe...
Look, go to affichage in your PowerPoint presentation. You are in animation. Go to affichage, the last one on top.
Let me just see, where is it? Affichage, yes.
Yes. Go to click on.
Diaporama.
Yes. And move it.
It's okay.
We can
I'm
see the
moving.
introduction, maybe because of your internet. That is, we can see the introduction slide. Are you on the introduction slide?
I'm on outline. Now I am in introduction slide.
I think it would be better if we ask one of the technicians if they could share the presentation on behalf of Dr. Fatima Zahra.
But I haven't sent it.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
Can you see the movement of the slide now?
I believe if we could just stop the slideshow and let the slides be invisible as it is, that may solve the problem.
Yes, that's it.
If you could just undo the slideshow and let the slides opened as it is.
Without the full screen? Like this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like that?
Great.
It's moving on?
Yes, they are moving. Great.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Right, so let's come back to the introduction section. So as said that the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic has not only significantly affected a country's economy and the health structure, but as you all know, it also impaired the educational system. And consequently, many countries globally, including Algeria, had postponed and cancelled classes due to a total or partial lockdowns to impact the transmission of the virus. It is worth to note at that stage that schools, universities, and other educational institutions had endeavored to address the unprecedented concern rapidly, yet unpreparedly adapting to novel online teaching and learning, a fact that results in a continuous in teaching and learning instructions and practices, while causing big disruption on educators and faculty's profession. In fact, as a problem statement, we can mention that research about teachers' lived experiences around the world has basically cited challenges teachers and students experience, and also some successes in the implementation of hybrid model and flexible online.
Dr. Fatma, your voice isn't audible to us. I believe the participant is facing some kind of technological glitch at the moment. Am I quite audible to rest of the participants right now?
Yes, we hear you. I think the participant has some technical issues. Maybe
Yes,
we can
exactly.
move to the next one.
Okay, thank you so much, sir, for the suggestion. We are left with two of the participants. The first one is Dr. Maria. Are you there in the meeting? And then we have Dr. Mohammed Senose.
Hello, can I proceed?
Dr. Fatma, if you could just open your slides for the last time and come down to the concluding part of your analysis, that would be great.
Okay, I will try.
Okay, meanwhile, I would like to know if rest of the two participants are there in the meeting, Dr. Maria and Dr. Mohammed Senose. I believe, Dr. Khola, they are not present in the meeting right now.
So can I proceed at the normal stage since
No,
there
they
are
are.
absences?
Sure, Doctor. You can proceed with your
Okay, thank you.
presentation.
So as I said, the objective of this study is to reveal the lived experiences of teachers in the Department of English, University of Tlemcen during the pandemic. And in order to reach this objective, two research questions guide the study. What barriers or challenges have teachers experienced during the pandemic? And what were their coping mechanisms to solve or eliminate those challenges? The researcher believes that by understanding teachers' experiences during the pandemic, we are not going only to learn from teachers' former practices, but also to implement teaching strategies, executing policies, and applying best practices that would improve online teaching in its normal context and also in its emergency case as what we have experienced with COVID-19 pandemic. The research design involved the research method informed tools and data analysis method. So the research method employed in this study is the interpretative phenomenological analysis. About 10 teachers were supposedly concerned with the study, yet only 6 of them took part in the interview. As data collection instruments, we use the online semi-structured interview. It contains 12 questions that were divided into 2 rubrics, namely respondent profiling and respondent first-hand teaching experience during the COVID-19 pandemic. To analyze data, the researcher has used the thematic analysis approach. After rigorous analysis of the respondent narratives, 5 emerging themes about teachers' lived experiences were categorized. These are student low engagement, unstable internet connectivity, professional development, online engagement, using tools, and emotional impact or support. Starting with low engagement of students, it was discovered that low student engagement was evident during the pandemic. And some of the teachers reported during the pandemic, student engagement was low, and students were less motivated in attending online classes. Student engagement was not as evident, as effective as in face-to-face learning. Students were not fully engaged with the online setup due to lack of distractions. Moving to unstable internet connectivity, in fact, low internet connectivity was reported to be one of the main reasons for poor student performance, which included class participation or engagement, or coming to class late, or having problems with the login system. One of the participants mentioned, I had a hard time engaging the students in class discussions and group collaborations due to bad internet connection. The students who are living in areas that cannot be reached by the internet made learning very difficult for them. Some students also were late in attending the live lesson planning due to poor Wi-Fi connection, while others aren't taking the process seriously. Speaking about professional development, while teachers and the students were new to online teaching, they were not provided with series of professional development on how to deliver instruction online.
In that, one of them reported the university administration provided us with one training session about how to use Microsoft Teams as an online platform. Another mentioned the university principals have been not supportive enough. Another mentioned no enough liaison officers for teachers and students were provided during the online teaching issues. Another point has to do with the utilization of online engagement tools. The respondents reported that they have learned specific teaching strategies pertaining to student engagement in online education owing to the utilization of online engagement tools. And some of their responses are below. I learned, for example, number one says, I learned how to use Microsoft Teams to schedule a class, deliver e-documents and handouts to my students. Another mentioned that he has learned using synchronous or asynchronous feedback to my students using Google Docs. Team group come in handy when doing small group discussion and group tasks. Lastly, emotional supports or impact. Most respondents at that stage reported and focused on negative emotional impacts, such as fear of being sick or contaminated or causing contamination to others, as this one reported. Another teacher expressed that she has experienced new sources of stress that arouse from both home and work. Another teacher reported that students and colleagues were most likely to respond to all emails, whether they are sent for professional or personal purposes. And this is one of the instances of positive supports that were acknowledged by the respondents. Based on the findings outlined before, some implications for university principals, administrators, teachers, and students were determined, and they include providing enough training to teachers on the use of the devices, programs, and strategies for online and hybrid instruction. Second, emphasizing teachers' professional growth and adapting to new modes of teaching and learning. And last is equipping teachers and learners with capabilities to managing stress between online instruction challenges and their socio-economical impact and support. And this is the problem that we had almost all faced. So all in all, in looking at teachers' practices during the time of the pandemic, it can be concluded that additional demands and impacts were experienced and acknowledged at both the level of teachers' practices and their perceived challenges. And by highlighting teachers' narratives on their teaching practices and challenges during the pandemic, university principals, administrators, teachers, and students can be proactive in taking action to provide purposeful and meaningful online instruction devoid from the impact and challenges mentioned before, in order to have a good instruction or an acceptable online instruction modality when adapting to similar emergency remote education in the future, if any. So that's all, and thank you all for your kind attention and listening.
Thank you so much for presenting such a wonderful research, I must say, because it has actually shed light to the academia, and that was something that we actually dealt with a lot of times during the different waves of pandemic. Okay, so for the last time, I'm going to call out the names of the first two presenters on my list. If you guys are there if you are there in the meeting, Dr. Maria and Dr. Mohammed Senasi.
No, they are absent.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Dr. Khala, they are absent. So that's all for today's first a plenary session, and the house is open for questions. If there is some question from the presenters. Okay, starting off with this very presentation that we started off with different presentations, starting off from literature, moving towards academia, and talking about the different variations and trends, the things which have already been written by different authors, and then coming down to a practical research in itself. That has actually, I really appreciate the kind of research, and the theoretical framework was quite well selected, and it actually showed us a way that, you know, how much the students, the student body, or the academicians have actually suffered during this COVID time. We have a hand raised, and the floor is yours if you have a question. Your voice isn't audible. You need to unmute your mic.
Is it okay now? Is it okay now?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Okay. So good afternoon, everybody. I'm very thankful for the participants, and directly I would like to in a way comment and ask question about the first presentation of Dr. Nadia Gouan and Hanan Rabahi. Okay.
Dr. Nadia, if you could just unmute your mic.
Yeah, I'm present, doctor.
Okay. First of all, I thank them for their presentation, and there is something which is very problematic for me. First of all, have they read the translated novel or in Arabic? Is it in Arabic or in English? First.
No, we read the Arabic version.
Okay, Arabic version, and the translation. The translation
no, that is the translated version of the novel in English.
Is it Ahlam al-Qiyamah, like this?
In Arabic, Ahlam al-Qiyamah,
or dreams of resurrection.
Yeah, dreams of resurrection.
Okay, then what does resurrection mean? Because it is very, very deep. Okay, you said, okay, Ahlam al-Qiyam. Ahlam, we know, Ahlam, dreams. And resurrection. Yeah. It is suggestive. It goes to the resurrection of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it has to do with
because Christianity, and because you said Buddhism and so on, it is very, very deep in meaning. Something else. Why does he, or in the text we find, as you said, India, Egypt, Italy, and London, but not other places? So they are considered very significant. Third, third, does the word resurrection fit al-Qiyamah? Is it adequate? These are the questions, and thank you very much. So it is for you to answer.
Thank you very much, Doctor. First of all, in fact, the selection of the title for Muhammad Jamal has a purpose. So from the disease and the quick spread of the disease means that here the humanity will come into an end, because they didn't find, according to Muhammad Jamal, they didn't find any cure for the virus, and he let the novel open by the end. And open by the end, and he showed showed just the competition of world powers to find a cure. It's the same like what happened during the outbreak of COVID.
But what does it, why does it end in Egypt?
Yeah, why the selection of Egypt? Why the selection of Egypt, then London, then India? The selection of Egypt, because here the protagonist was an Egyptian businessman who went to London to study business. Then he returned to his homeland. For what purpose? To help his homeland.
Really appreciate the kind of researches which are being presented, and the selection is already there. And I believe, Dr. Holla, we are going to provide with the detail in terms of an abstract book, of course. So I would like to return the floor to Dr. Laila, and thank you so much. Thank you so much for such wonderful presentations. Over to Dr. Laila, please. Thank you.
Dr. Badriya, may I add something, please, to the
sure. Why not? Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Badriya. So I would like to say that Dreams of Resurrection, writer Mohammed Jamal was able to reach with his imagination a future that has become a reality, to recount in his novel Dreams of Resurrection the definitive prediction about the disaster of the coronavirus and what the world is going through during this period. Also beginning with the discovery, the writing of the novel ended in the year 2018 and predicted events that the world is experiencing at present of a great terror, reaching the extent of the great correspondence between the events of the novel and the events of Corona. And I would like to
true that is.
Beginning with the discovery of 35 corpses buried in a golf course in the city of El Jouna in Egypt, and that in Egypt, in the novel, lived through a terrifying period in which people fell ill with a strange disease mutated from influenza. And that the protagonist of the novel, the young businessman Nabil, as my partner Dr. Nadia has already said, Nabil Al-Masri enters into an exciting journey between Egypt, Italy, and India to confront the disease and to help his
cure for his close friend, to find a cure for his close friend.
Yeah, exactly. Who fell at the mercy of the epidemic, leading to an epidemic outbreak with the events of the novel. The novel also touched on wearing masks, the spread of signs of disease, global terror, the outbreak of the epidemic in Italy, and the entry of infection into Egypt through air traffic and by transmitting infection between travels at the airport.
And this I believe it highlights the basic theme, the COVID-19 fear, which is very much there in every research.
Everything selected in the novel has a symbol, even the name of the characters.
It's true. That is everything is highlighting this fear, this unknown fear which is prevalent everywhere, and everybody is trying to hide away from it. Thank you so much to our worthy researchers, and thank you so much for the questions as well. They were really thought-provoking. Thank you so much. That was wonderful. Over to Dr. Laila now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the answers from the on the part of the participants, and thank you very much.
Please. Yes, so sorry to interrupt you, but please, this is Sheikh Naba Iman, Dr. Badriya and Dr. Laila. So sorry to interrupt you, but just I have to ask question to both Dr. Labbahi Hanan and Dr. Nadia Rounet, if you don't mind.
You can leave it, please leave it to next session Q&A.
It's up to Dr. Laila because it's her floor now. Yes.
If you could leave the question in the chat box, and then I will read it with the other questions for the next session.
Okay, thank you so much.
Right.
Thank you for your presentation, both Dr. Hanan and Dr. Nadia, because the novel is so interesting.
Yes, it was. Thank you so much. Over to Dr. Laila now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Badria, so much for wonderfully chairing this session. Okay, without further delay, I would like to hand it over to our next chairwoman, Dr. Sarah Abdelrazak, if you are with us. Dr. Sarah, are you with us? Khawla, do you know whether Sarah is here with us or not?
I saw her name somewhere. Let me check.
Maybe she lost internet connection.
She is
here.
She is here, but she's not. Her mic is muted.
She might join in a second.
Leila, please. You can introduce the first presenter so that we do not lose time until Sarah is able to unmute herself.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to call Dr. Niti Sharma from India. Are you with us?
Yes, good evening. I hope I'm audible.
Good evening. Yes, we can hear you well. The floor is yours. If you could, yes, share your screen and you can start your presentation, please.
Thank you so much. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, you do.
Yes, it is.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to present my paper here. So my paper is entitled Significance and Role of Plague Literature. Literature not only serves as a means of pleasure in the form of reading, but it greatly serves as a carrier of motivation, encouragement, and hope at the same time. Pandemics have always been threatening as they cause fear and uncertainty of life. We find a mention of these pandemics in the literary writings as well. With the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, a significant interest can be seen getting emerged towards the literature which have the mention of the plague and pandemics. Plague literature has the mention of both fictional and real pandemics, but it assures the humans most of the times that they do end. Existence of such literature serves in a positive way as it ensures hope. There are many fictional and non-fictional literary works concerning plague, epidemics, disease, and influenza. Through our paper, we wish to discuss the significance of plague literature along with some examples which we will be citing from the plague literature. Plague literature puts before us commonality of humanistic concerns. It not only explores the meaning of painful experiences through reading and storytelling, but also our experiences of health, disease, illness, and provide us with insights into how pain and anguish were experienced from pandemics. Such literature has always proved to be a window on societies suffering from plagues. Thereby, it presents a close picture of similarities and differences that we experience. Recently, COVID-19 has caused tremendous death and devastation that has turned people into vulnerable creatures who are trying to fill in the void of the deadly pandemic, trying to find peace, meaning, and by trying to keep themselves away from the horrors of the pandemic. In such times, it is inevitable to study texts presenting humankind's experiences to pandemics. Pandemic plays an important role in shaping literature, as there are many literary texts which well present the experiences of a society which is affected by plagues or pandemics. And literature also plays a vital role in portraying our responses to these pandemics. Pandemics makes literature more sensitive as it provides us insightful records of happenings and painful experiences during pandemics, and it also tries to provide consolation in time of despair. Pandemics are not unfamiliar to us, but reading plague literature gives us a solace that they happen and they do end. Now, there are some plague literature writings that I'll be discussing. Some of these are the Decameron, A Journal of the Plague Year, The Mask of the Red Death, Twilight in Delhi, 100 Years of Solitude, The Influenza, The Plague, and all. Literature for the first time started recording the Black Plague in 1348. The writer unleashed a rampage of death across Italy, which devastated the city, killing more than half of the population. A Journal of the Plague Year is another illuminating text which highlights contagion. It gives a first-hand description of the bubonic plague, which was spreading across London from 1565 to 1666. The Mask of the Red Death is another extraordinary work by Poe, which combines the thought of fear, isolation, and mask wearing. The book starts by the news of a lethal contagion, Red Death. The story philosophizes the Red Death that it spares no one, just like what we experienced during COVID-19. Twilight in Delhi is a significant text highlighting the effects of the 1918 contagion in the capital of India. It is written by Ahmed Ali and is set in the backdrop of India's summer of 1918. The work describes influenza, a deadly contagion broken out in Delhi, it's a city in India, where every house had at least one or many members contracted by this disease. In 100 Years of Solitude, written by Gabriel Garcia, which tells the story of a plague of insomnia that infested the Burondia family in the town of Macondo. Winston Churchill's poem, The Influenza, was about the Russian flu pandemic of 1889 to 90. In The Plague, written by Albert Camus uses allegory to illustrate morality, death, disease, and isolation. Role of plague literature. The outbreak of a plague always introduces the issues like death, famine, or lack of medical resources. Over time, literary texts have emerged as an important medium through which one can record or reflect the spread of pandemics in societies. The world has witnessed numerous plagues and pandemics which have made a huge impact on the social, cultural, and economic spheres that bring a change in human life. Writers and poets of different times have always responded to pandemics. And there are many remarkable books written on the tough times of plagues and pandemics. We'll be talking about the significance of plague literature. Many of us look up to the literary writings that deal with pandemics with a hope to make sense of how this disease has affected us and how it was dealt with. Illness, death, and fear resulting from pandemics have played a major role in the history of mankind. There are many fictional books that portray human despair, sorrow, and grief originating from such diseases. Literature helps break the barriers. It helps us to connect with others who have experienced similar things. Literature shows us that we are not the only ones who are dealing with the pandemics, the tough times resulting from these pandemics. The profound and everlasting relationship between pandemics and literature underscores that pandemics are recurrent phenomena. The literature describing pandemic is indispensable as literature is society reflection. And the people, common feelings such as fear, anguish, and trauma can be seen through such literary texts. It remains us to see that how writers in the times to come will describe the COVID-19 pandemic. We really look forward to such literature. As new epidemics emerge, there is often an increased interest in pandemic literature. When plague appeared in France in 1722, a journal of the plague year by Daniel Defoe was rushed to the printers. We wish to conclude by saying that now we'll see in the times to come how COVID-19 is reflected in the literary works. But until that time, there is a large amount of pandemic literature which is available and which can be looked up to. Thank you so much for your time and patience.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sharma, for this beautiful, enlightening presentation, which shed light on the importance of literature and how it has the ability to reflect the suffering and the experiences of people in reality through fiction or through representation. It's very much appreciated, and thank you very much for joining us from India.
Sorry to interrupt. Hello.
Hello, welcome.
This is me. I'm sorry. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Go ahead.
Well, good evening, dear participants. I'm Dr. Abdulrazak, the one who is supposed to moderate this session. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. So without further delay, I cordially invite or demand from Dr. Yusra Salami to take the floor or to share with us her presentation.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I'm gonna start sharing my screen. Okay. Just it takes some moments. Yes, can you please see the slide including the title?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Okay, so good day, everyone. Welcome to this presentation. My name is Yusra Salemi. I'm a Tunisian doctor of linguistics, and my presentation for today is titled The COVID-19 Pandemic Impact on the Tunisian Educational and Cultural Values. And before starting, I want to say that it is actually my distinct pleasure and honor to be among the participants today. So I start, and my roadmap comprises the following items: introduction, definition of concepts, methodology, findings, discussion, contributions, limitations, and suggestions for future research, conclusion, and references. So
sorry for the interruption, please. We are the organization committee. If you can flip left to right your mobile phone so we can see properly your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, if you want, I can make it a slideshow.
Just flip the mobile phone. Yes, like this. Thank you very much. And yeah, and adapt. Yes, yes, like this. Thank you.
Okay, you are welcome. So this is the presentation roadmap. I have just said it. I move to the introduction, and in 2020, COVID-19 pandemic affected the degree of educational efficiency worldwide. Indeed, the United Nations reported that the pandemic affected nearly 1.6 billion learners in more than 190 countries and all continents. Closures of schools and other learning spaces have impacted 94% of the world student population. So a reshuffle of teachers and learners' functions takes place, and the use of technological devices such as iPads and computers becomes the medium of communication between teachers and students and between students themselves. Building on this premise and on the premise that motivation is a function of a human learning activity in widest application and a determining factor in second language acquisition, the purpose of the present study is to find out whether Tunisian university students of English are intrinsically or extrinsically motivated to learn English in an online environment. Before moving on, we absolutely need definitions of some concepts. The word motivation is derived from the Latin word movere, which means to move. Can be defined as a process which begins by a need and ends up by a behavior that moves an individual towards achieving a specific goal, which can be described in terms of the intrinsic-extrinsic dichotomy. Intrinsic motivation refers to the affective elements such as being able to communicate with the community of native speakers or being able to understand material written in the target language. Such learners have an internal mechanism that provides them with the satisfaction coming from achieving learning. In contrast to extrinsic motivation, which is driven by external motives in the sense that these motives do not come from within the self, meeting conditions such as passing an exam, obtaining financial rewards, getting a job, or pleasing other persons like parents, peers, teachers, etc. For online education, it refers to internet-based learning that delivers content and enables communication between instructor and students. It is rooted in the transaction of distance education and advanced computer and communication technology. Nowadays, the rapid and easy access to the internet worldwide paves the way for online education to take place. Sorry, this is not very clear. It can be done through the learning management systems like Blackboard or Canvas, or through video-based conferencing systems such as the WebEx or Zoom, as in the case of the present study. The main research question is formulated as follows. Are Tunisian university students of English intrinsically or extrinsically motivated to learn English in online learning environment? To answer this research question, a structured, self-completed, and anonymous questionnaire composed of 2 sections that are concerned with the main research question was designed. It was answered by 64 second-year students studying English at the Faculty of Letters and Humanities of Sfax, Tunisia during the academic year 2021-2022, and the measurement of the results was made numerically using a calculator. So the findings reveal that an examination of students' answers reveals that second-year Tunisian university students are intrinsically motivated to learn English in online learning environment. In fact, the majority of them, representing 87%, stated that being engaged in online learning is interesting and enjoyable. 83% stated that learning such a way teaches them how to be independent learners, and 79% claimed that online learning represents an opportunity to better understand the subject matter. Here, before moving on, because the title of my presentation deals with the impact of COVID-19 on Tunisian students' educational and cultural values, it is worthy to mention that I conducted another study with the very students to investigate their attitudes about some cultural values of English speaking people, and I come to terms that they refuse some cultural values of English speaking people dealing with family life, cinema, and with the, I said, family life, cinema, and leisure time. So for the discussion, intrinsic motivation is what shapes and determines Tunisian second-year students' learning gains. These students are characterized as intrinsically motivated who believe in and apply hard work to achieve their goals. They are energetic, equipped with a faith in their abilities, and they carry their motivation within, have positive self-image and self-worth, and believe language proficiency depends on them first and foremost. Essentially, the statement to be derived from this conclusion is that students are able to learn outside the traditional learning environment, which is the classroom. This is certainly true for a proportion of them, but there is room to argue that 20% or more than 20% of them are extrinsically motivated to have some pragmatic benefits associated with mastering the English language, such as the professional benefits. Now I move to stating some pedagogic contributions, and it is the teacher's responsibility to make their learners have faith in their abilities and encourage them to improve their skills by providing them with strategies on how to be autonomous. Indeed, by first learning how to collaborate with their peers, learners can slowly discover how to move away from dependence on the teacher to independence, with the ultimate realization of working alone on their learning. Learner autonomy helps students discover the learning styles and strategies that best suit their intellectual capacities so that they can utilize their strength and work on their weakness. As such, they learn how to succeed during and after the learning process. And local teachers teaching English as a foreign language to Tunisian students need to create connections between language and cultures that are interesting and non-judgmental. It is essential to embed culture in the teaching of a language, and it is equally essential to avoid chauvinism in teaching it. As such, we move from monocultural to intercultural education. For stating some practical contributions of the present study, intrinsically motivated students are autonomous and independent learners. They do not need stimulus, impetus, or motivation from external drivers or sources. They are self-motivated learners. They take charge of their learning and consider themselves responsible for it. For a lack of a better word, they may be labeled as entrepreneurial learners. These students are highly motivated to take charge of their learning, whereas extrinsically motivated students are fully reliant on the instructor. They are teacher dependent and they expect their full learning experience to be mediated and organized by the teacher. They are satisfied with what the curriculum and learning activities provide, and they do not venture out and register self-engineered learning gains. Now, these are some limitations and suggestions for future research. Using in the present study the questionnaire as the only data collection instrument may limit the study scope. Other instruments like interviews with students could be considered. The questionnaire designed for the present study actually contained only closed items. This choice was based on the idea that it make it easier for the analysis of the data. However, the use of open-ended questions would help to get deeper into students' attitudes. All the results were tallied up manually using a calculator, so there may be some minor discrepancies. However, since we are dealing with virtually difficult attitudes to measure numerically, should not prove a significant setback. Finally, I move to the conclusion. And I would say that being either intrinsically motivated students who are primarily independent learners and construct their own syllabus, set their own learning goals, and apply themselves to achieve these goals, or extrinsically motivated students who fully depend on the teacher's input, the teacher's role is always important, and this makes teaching a special profession. Overall, teachers do not only facilitate learning, but also change learners' emotions, that is to say who they are, and their cognitions, that is to say what they know. And this is actually the hidden curriculum of teaching. Now, this is a list of references from which information in the present study has been taken. And finally, let me thank you for your attention and say that all your questions and comments are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yusra, for your very interesting presentation. Now I would like to proceed further with the following presentation entitled Zombie Infections as a Metaphor for Pandemics by Dr. Jamila Houamdi. So the floor is yours, Dr. Houamdi.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, everyone. So this is Dr. Jamila Houamdi from the University of Algiers too. First, I'd like to express my thanks and appreciation to the organizers for holding the conference, and also to the participants for the very interesting presentations they've made. And is my presentation visible to everyone?
Yes.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Right. Same, it's still visible?
Yes, it is.
All right, great. So my research focuses on zombie narratives in relation to pandemic narratives. I'd like to begin by saying that to many people, zombie genre is considered as a mere exhibition of eccentric or exotic imagination that might trigger fear or horror or even skepticism. But to others, it's seen as, let's say, a reincarnation of human life and human beings in different shapes and in different fashions for different purposes as well. Right, so I have selected 2 films for this discussion. But before we proceed in the discussion to speak about the films themselves, I would like to note that one of the purposes of zombie narratives in general, whether films or cinematic representations, have a cautionary nature that that tries to somehow warn the readers or the viewers of certain catastrophes. So they, in many cases, do parallel, let's say, some very significant moments in the history of humankind, and so that, let's say, explains why they are very captivating and very popular. An example could be the very famous and long series of the Walking Dead. So the genre has many appeals, and that does somehow go beyond the popularity and the captivating representation to be itself very very deep and insightful, even when it comes to topics that are as complex as the apocalypse, the end of the world, and to some of the topics that we will discuss in this presentation. So the 2 films are 28 Days Later, released in 2002, and 28 Weeks Later, which was released in 2007. Most of the time, the 2 films are not considered to be part of like one film and the other is a sequel. They are made by different production companies and also by different producers and different directors, but the narratives themselves are considered to be one single narrative about a certain virus that brings the end of life on Earth. That's why they are most of the time seen together as being complementary, as one single narrative. So a brief recapitulation of what they are about. It's just the idea of a certain virus that accidentally is released, and we see what happens after 28 days. And then in the second film, we are seeing what happens after 28 weeks. So to briefly go to the gist of the presentation, my research tries to focus on the parallel between the fictional. By fictional here, I don't mean just literature, but literature or film or some other medium for representation, the parallel between what is fictional and what is non-fictional or real, which we have all experienced through our experience with the COVID-19 in the past 3 years. So it's the idea of one medium trying to parallel or to simulate another medium. And the zombie narrative is just an exemplification of that. So in order to do so, I will be relying on the very interesting and significant work by the sociologist and psychoanalytic researcher, Stephen Taylor, who published his very important work, The Psychology of Pandemics, very few months before the COVID-19. And in his work, he tried to show that there is a certain relation between individual psychology and some social or cognitive behaviors that we notice in society during times of pandemics. So I will be trying to draw parallels between real life experiences and cinematic adaptations of these real events in order to show that one could be a metaphor for the other. And of course, that's something very significant if we think of the many productions that were made ever since the new millennium with the 21st century. We have at the same time seen many viral outbreaks like H1N1. And at the same time, we have also seen many works, either films or novels, that speak about a case of pandemic or outbreaks like Contagion, like Outbreak, like Patient Zero recently. So all of these ones, they seem to represent a certain case, which is worth of discussion and worth of probing into. So the first film, 28 Days Later, again, it's about a certain infection that was spread due to an accident where a group of animal rights activists, they just attacked certain laboratory, and so the virus is spread. The beginning of the film opens also with the main character, Jim, who just wakes up in a deserted hospital, and just he finds the city is completely empty, and here it's London. So the first prominent image that we see is this idea of a very empty, very deserted city that is empty except for trash and cans and maybe a lot of money on the streets, because that's one of the things that that we see loses its value because of the widespread disease. So Jim is just wandering the streets, and these empty streets, they are just the same as the ones we have all been witnessing with the COVID-19 because of and it was let's say those images were really shared on social media to show how grandiose and how horrific the pandemic is, where we have images of cities like London or Madrid or any crowded city that is completely lifeless and completely empty due to the quarantine, for instance. So the fact that there is a loneliness in isolation, a lifelessness that sweeps over the entire globe is not only merely due to the pandemic itself or to the medical reasons, but also due to the fact that there is so much fear of going out, of interacting with others, and of venturing into something that was still unknown. So this is the same image that runs in parallel. The second one concerns this idea of bonding together. So here we have Jim meeting a friend and meeting also a father with his daughter. And in their attempt to survive, they are trying to establish some sort of bonding. So the right word would have been bonding, because they are trying to create some sort of communion in order to help each other, in order to survive and so on. But it also is related to bounding, because the fates of all of these survivors is linked to one another. So if one is sick, the other is sick, and the entire community is sick. So this is also one of the interesting points that these representations try to highlight. And this again is a reminder of the connection which people throughout these 3 last years have been trying to speak about, in the sense that all the measures that were taken concerning social distancing and so on did deprive them of face-to-face communication. And for so long, this face-to-face communication has been discussed in terms of people being distant to each other because of social media, because of internet, and because of so many other things. But once that physical connection was no longer needed or was no longer necessary, everyone started to notice that and to feel nostalgic to that. And that's also one of the things that the film tries to highlight, the fact that tangible human connection is very important in making bonds and making more social ties with the other, of course, here in a very limited context of those who are safe and those who are healthy. The third image, here the group of survivors, they try to go to a military group who is that is offering supposedly offering some sort of cure or something, so they are reaching for them, but once they reach there, they find out that that's not the promise, that's not true, and that there are more threats waiting for them. So here the relation might not be very obvious, but it still is related to reality. We see that through their search of a solution, this group of survivors take many risks. So their optimism may be the helpless stance which led them to this very dangerous encounter, because they are not good people. They are trying to rob them of their possessions, and they are trying to use them. So they are being in searching for hope or for a solution or for a cure, they became very irrational. And this is, as Stephen Taylor argues, is something that is very typical of pandemics, because people tend to be very irrational about their behavior.
Sorry to interrupt, Dr. Hwamdi, would you
Yes.
please go to the concluding part, because you have 2 minutes. You still have 2 minutes.
2 minutes, all right, I will retrace that. Thank you. So this is for the first film. For the second film, we continue with the very same sort of representation, except that here we are seeing like the post outbreak, where one of the most important features of it is the non-adherence of people to the restrictions, to the quarantine, for instance. So we see that individual acts would endanger the life of the entire community, for instance, where we have siblings who just venture back to their city, which was actually put under quarantine, and so they are just going to reignite the disease once again. And so with this non-adherence to medical or governmental instructions is very typical of human behavior during pandemics, and this could be exemplified with the anti-vaccine intentions and practices. And again, there is the idea of certain clashes between in the medical system, in the military system, and so those were some of the things that we have seen on media discussed frequent times, because we have humanitarian purposes as well as other intentions and motives that are behind. But eventually, by the end of the second film, 28 weeks later, we see that the pandemic is invincible. The disease and the virus spreads over the entire earth, and it touches every place. So even the hope that some cure might be found thanks to the siblings is just by the end fails, and by the end we see that zombies are going to colonize every place, and that's the perhaps pessimistic end of the narratives, which doesn't have to be, of course, the conclusion we might take as a metaphor for our real life pandemics. But what's interesting here is that these narratives, though they might most of the time be just exaggerated or just tend more to be for a horror-inspiring experience rather than something else, but we can certainly learn from them, because these representations would be, let's say, projected into real life experiences and into real life responses in the case where we can have a pandemic like we did in the past 3 years. Hopefully we will not have another pandemic, but they are always instructive. They are always very helpful into dealing with these experiences, either psychologically or socially. So this is very briefly what the presentation is about. Thank you for your attention, and maybe we can further the discussion while dealing with the questions and answers, hopefully.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Hwamdi, for such a very interesting presentation. I hope you stay with us for the debate later on. Now I kindly invite Dr. Shahira Zernaji from the University of Biskra to present her work, which is entitled The Psychology of Creativity and its Interpretive Dimension by Salim Betka as a Model. The floor is yours, yes. Dr. Zernaji.
Thank you, Dr. Leila and Khawla. Assalamu alaikum. I am Dr. Zernaji Shahira. Did you hear me, please?
Yes, we do.
Yes. I'm Dr. Zernaji Shahira from Biskra University of Algeria. I would like to thank all those responsible for the success of this volume, and all the best for the participants. The title of my presentation is...
Try to share your screen, please.
Dimension. Yes? Yes?
Yes, we can see it.
By Salim Betka's model. fiction writing is a large word of creativity, dense lines of meanings, fixed letters of semantics, and comprehensive pictorial meanings, especially when the writer masters its narrative as if he confirms his ability to art of saying with all the connotations and forms that convey the reader from just search for semantics to produce meanings. Here is the goal for which this study came, which is to understand the psychology of the writer through his story. The short story, as we know, the story is an art based on reducing the word to a moment of creativity and building it in proportion to the glow of experience. And in this way, the writer, Salim Betra, was able to create a world parallel to reality. And through this group of stories, we wanted to understand the writer's psychology during the COVID-19 pandemic, or rather read his line that he did not write or disclose it. We understand or try to understand this male mentality, and through it, we discover the game of creativity of this Algerian writer who entered the world of writing by choosing this literary art, the story. So did the writer, did he have psychological motives for writing it? Third, the motives of creativity and the psychology of writing. It's very important to know the motives of creativity, the psychological reality, and the ideological awareness inherent in the mentality of the writer, in which the feelings ignite that urge its owner to embody a state of feelings and to start composing a text presiding with words that move away from truth to fantasy and from the constant to the shifting, from the absent to the present, for a recipient who is also good to say what was not mentioned and to reveal what the writer could not say. Perhaps the psychology of writing for men more accurate and sensitive, and the action or the act of writing builds our model in this study will be the collection of short stories Convenis by Salim Betra. This writer, who was and still glorifies the image of the educated man, free from all restrictions and from all the fragile and misleading narrative structures and intellectual imbalances. And he gathered in his texts his nostalgia for social justice and the revolution against injustice and oppression. And he honestly criticized our double judgments, our hasty decisions, our repeated disappointments, our extension annexity, and our chaotic marginal situation. Among these stories, we choose The Last Destination. The writer wanders through this title, what will be left behind, or what is the use of life? The title has great symbolism, and its interpretation is that the grave is the final destination for every person, scholar or ignorant, disobedient or believers, young or old, rich or poor. The writer continues to narrate the diaries of the coronavirus by mentioning the exact dates and hours, and mentions the character of Fatima, who was infected with the pandemic after arriving home from France, and her death. The writer says in this regard, as if to console himself that she left without returning, and the turn will come for each one of us. This woman will be led alone to the grave, and the tears that flow from the eyes will disappear, and the words will be lost, and the grave will open and wait for the body that will crawl into it. In my conclusion, through this group of stories, 12 stories, Selim Betka was able to reveal the psychological effects that this pandemic left on human beings, that is an epidemiological and psychological crisis, the enormity of lives living in isolation, changes in our daily lives, job, loss, financial hardship, and grief over the death of loved ones can affect mental health and well-being. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zernaji, for your presentation.
Yes.
Well,
Thank you.
You're welcome, dear. Without further delay, I directly turn it over to the last participants, Dr. Rabha Routi and Dr. Nouria Ali Rabah from Saida University. The floor is yours, doctors.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sarah Abdelrazak.
You're welcome.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes. Okay.
Hello.
So Dr.
Hello, the floor is yours.
Rabha Routi and Dr. Ali Rabah Nouria from the University of Saida. Good afternoon. First of all, we would like to express our sincere appreciation and gratitude to the president of this very interesting international conference, Dr. Khaled Benjamil, to the respectful members of the scientific committee from the different parts of the world. We also extend our thanks to the technicians and organizers for their dedication and hard work in bringing this event to fruition. Of course, without forgetting to provide special thanks to Dr. Sarah Abdelrazak, chairwoman of plenary session 2. The pandemic was very challenging to humanity. To cope with these hard times of isolation, despair, fear, and uncertainty, people had to find outlets for resilience, connection, hope, and healing. One way to cope with the pandemic lockdown has one way to cope with the confinement and lockdown has taken shape in a collective way under a universal project known as the 1001 Nights of Confinement Project.
We do not see your,
sorry to, yes. Sorry.
We do not see your PowerPoint.
Yeah, your PowerPoint is not shared.
Share. Okay, well, we try to share it. And hold on, can you see it now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So one way to cope with the confinement and lockdown has taken shape in a collective work under a universal project known as the 1001 Nights of Confinement Project. So we are going to give an identity card about these projects by asking the following questions. So what is this project? What are its aims and objectives? And how was it implemented? And what are its outcomes? The project, sorry. the 1001 Nights of Confinement project emerged as a response to the unique challenges posed by confinement. This project was inspired by the timeless tales of the Arabian Nights, and it was initiated in the early stages of the crisis. What are the aims of this project? One of the aims of this project is first to bring solace, entertainment, and a sense of connection to individuals facing hardships of isolation, then to harness the power of storytelling and artistic expression to offer comfort and inspiration during these tiring times. Therefore, the project became a beacon of creativity and resilience, and it served as a platform for artists, writers, and performers to collaborate and share their works with a wider audience. Under which form this project was done. So the project embraced various art forms, including literature, music, and visual art, to create a multi-dimensional experience for participants and viewers, offering them an escape from the realities of the pandemic. Now, how was this project implemented? This project was, in fact, implemented through digital platforms, and virtual spaces, which played a crucial role in sharing the project's content, allowing for accessibility and participation, and fostering a sense of connection and solidarity during a time of physical isolation. I'm going to, my friend is going to carry on with the second part of the presentation. Impact.
Okay, the impact of the 1001 nights of confinement has an impact on most of all the people, of course. Here we have got the emotional support and solace amidst isolation, and the inspiration and hope during uncertain times, then cultivating resilience and adaptability. Then case studies and personal stories, examples of impactful stories and artistic expressions, testimonials from participants and audience members. The Sound of Silence by a writer named Sarah. The poem describes the eerie quietness of the city during lockdown and the sense of isolation that comes with it. The sound of silence is deafening. Sarah writes, it echoes through empty streets and empty hearts, as the pictures are showing or presenting us with these details. The case studies and personal, of course, stories is another part. Another powerful submission is a series of drawings by an artist named Maria, depicting life during confinement. Maria's drawings capture the monotony and loneliness of being stuck at home, as well as the small moments of joy that can be found in everyday life, as the picture one is exposing. Now the second one drawing shows a person sitting alone in his apartment, staring out the window at the empty street below. Another drawing shows a person cooking a meal, finding solace in the simple act of chopping vegetables. Another powerful submission is a series of drawings by an artist named Maria, by an artist named depicting.
It is repeated.
Yes, it is repeated. A poem entitled "The Long Night" by an Algerian poet named Hisham. The poem describes the sense of fear and the uncertainty that many people have felt during the pandemic, as well as the hope that comes with the promise of a new day. Short film entitled "The View from My Window" by an Algerian filmmaker named Nadia. The film shows the view from the filmmaker's window during confinement, capturing the changing lights and weather patterns throughout the day.
Case studies and personal stories, another part. The project has also received submissions in video and music formats. One particularly moving video submission is entitled "The World is on Pause" by a filmmaker named John. The video shows footage of empty streets and landmarks all over the world, set to a haunting piano melody. The video captures the surreal feeling of living in a world that has been put on hold. Algerian contributions, Algerian artists and creatives have been active participants in the 1001 Nights of Confinement project, submitting a wide range of creative works that reflect their experiences during the pandemic. Here are some examples of Algerian contributions to the project. First, short story entitled "The Bird in My Balcony" by an Algerian writer named Fatima. The story tells the tale of a bird that visits the writer's balcony during confinement, bringing a sense of joy and hope during the challenging time. Series of photographs by an Algerian photographer named Ahmed, depicting life during confinement in Algiers. The photographs capture the empty streets and the building of the city, as well as the small moments of beauty that can be found in everyday life.
Sorry to interrupt, but try to go to the concluding part, please.
Yeah, okay, yes.
Because you still have 1 minute.
Of course, all right. So I finish with the conclusion. The 1000 Nights project has proven to be not only the therapeutic escape from the challenges of the pandemic, but also catalyst for the enrichment of the world through its diverse literary and artistic forms. By immersing ourselves in the tales and expressions of this timeless collection, we have discovered solace, inspiration, and renewed sense of connection through storytelling, poetry, visual arts, and music. This project has fostered unity and understanding among individuals and communities across the globe. In short, the 1000 Nights project stands as testament to the enduring human spirit and the transformative impact of art in shaping a brighter future for all. Thank you very much. And I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to the President Khawla bin Jamil, Dr. Khawla bin Jamil, and the organizers of this conference for their exceptional leadership and commitment. Their dedication has paved the way for truly enlightenment and the rewarding experience. Thank you very much for all the participants and for you as President and the others. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Now, of course, we open the door for the discussion. So any participants who have questions, they are welcome. Any questions?
Sarah, I think we have one or two in the chat box.
Okay, I try to read the questions.
And so the colleague who wanted to ask at the end of the previous session, are you still here?
Yes. Yes. Yes, doctor.
Go ahead, please.
We didn't hear the question, madam.
Dr. Khawla?
Yes, dear.
You mean the one from the previous session?
Yeah. And anyone.
Yes,
And
the
I think
organization
Dr.
committee,
Sharma
please.
is
Sorry
answering
for
the question.
for the interruption. Sorry. As we mentioned in the program, the guidelines and procedures of conferences, online conferences, should that every intervenient or participant should open his camera in order to be seen on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you for your reminder. Leila, do you have the question?
I think
it
I
was
don't
already answered.
I don't have the question from the previous panel, but the question asked to Dr. Nidhi Sharma was answered in the chat box.
Right.
Yeah.
Great. So Sarah, the floor is yours. If there is no any
Okay.
There is actually a question.
I have
if you mind.
Yes, sure. Dr.
Dr. Bulkhair has a question.
Bilkhair. Sorry, Bilkhair. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, first of all, I'd like to thank all the participants, all the staff working to make this conference possible. My question is directed to Dr. Yusra Salami, if she is here.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So initially, thank you for your presentation. It goes really with my interest since I am a therapist, right? Actually, I have simply a question about your findings and the type of questions you have selected in your questionnaire. In fact, you have said that you have chosen only close items. This is what you said. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. And in the findings, I have seen percentages that were 78%, 83%, 79% for one question, which is maybe your type of motivation. So would you please tell me or clarify the point for me? Okay, have you used the SPSS to count for that, or how did you come to those results? I mean, if you were using the close-ended items, the percentages in total will be 100%, while we can see them all beyond the 70% rate. So how can you explain this, please, to me? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your question. I have said in the methodology part that the measurement of the results was made numerically using a calculator, and I stated that in the limitations of my research, I said that there are absolutely some minor discrepancies. It was not done through an SPSS, it was done through calculator, and it was through computing the number of answers, and they were multiplied by 100 and divided by the number of respondents to get the percentage.
Okay, thank you.
That's it, that's all.
All right, thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay,
I hope I answered you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Salami, for your answer. So before I move to the other questions, let me read the answer of Dr. Nidhi Sharma from the previous session. She has an internet problem, so she answered in the chat box. She said, thank you for your question. Plague literature goes beyond the statistics. It serves as a window to show how societies have suffered the pandemics. It serves as a hope that although pandemics have always existed, but they do come to an end, and that is the significance and importance of a plague literature. That was her answer. Though I don't remember the name of the participant who raised the question. Any other questions, please? If not, I have a question to Dr. Houamdi. Are you here, Dr. Houamdi?
Yes.
Dr. Houamdi. Okay, I have a question for you, please. Well, I liked the topic you selected and the movies you have tackled. My question is, what similarities can you draw between what took place in the movies or the representation of infections in the movies and the Algerians' lived reality during the COVID-19 pandemic?
All right. Yes, it's a very interesting question. I
Thank
think
you.
if there is anything, let's say, common about the pandemic is that it was global, universal. where the boundaries between, let's say, Algerian and French and Japanese were almost the same, of course, with certain minor differences. But to speak about the quarantine, the fact that people were racing for food, people were unable to maybe afford some of the necessities, that they were all afraid, that they had to struggle in hospitals, struggle psychologically with family members. So most of it was a shared experience. That's why we could learn from these films and novels, even if we come from different cultures, or even if they would come from different eras. For instance, this one is from the early 21st century, but still it remains very significant. So I think that we cannot really speak about major differences between the Algerian experience and the other experiences.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your answer. Any other questions from the other participants? Excuse me, Dr. Ghouti and Dr. Ali Rabah demanded to read a poem related to their topic. So the floor is yours. You can please. Dr. Ghouti?
Yes.
The floor is yours.
Yes, I am Dr. Ali Rabah. If you allow me to read this word. Yes.
Yes, sure. Yes, you can.
Thank you. With every word, a door is unlocked, and the richness of imagination is stocked. From palace gardens to bazaars to so grand. The 1001 nights, an enchanted land. Through confined within these palace walls, the power of solitarian never falls. For within the stories, hope takes flight, a glimmer of freedom shining so bright, so as the night stretch endlessly, we find solace in tales of unity. In confinement, our spirits shall soar, as the stories of 1,000 nights restore, and as the morning sun greets the sky, with each new dawn, our spirits fly for the 1,000 nights refugee we find in the confinement of our wandering mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing.
For listening.
Any participants who have comments or questions? No? Okay, if not, I have another question for a participant who shared something in the chat box that captivated my attention. Though I don't know his name, a participant who wrote, "Never trust the artist, trust his art." Are you with us? The one who wrote this. Yeah, I have a question for you. How can we mistrust the artist and trust his art, since it is the product of the artist, since the art is the product of the artist? How can we trust his work and we cannot trust him?
Okay, I can answer you, say, Mr. Bouragbi. Okay, the act of writing is an act of representation, and the self that writes is not the self that is conscious. There are many selves. The self that writes, the self that reads itself, even the reader. When you read the text, you are reading yourself through the text.
Yeah.
It's not an obligation that this is what the author means. The artist, in order to be an artist, never says what he means and never means what he says. And what is said in the text is not by obligation what he wants to say. Probably it is what we have made, what we have found as a meaning in the text. So there's another question. Does truth created or found in the text? This is
It is
problem.
created. Yeah, it is created, I believe.
If we create, so there is no truth. So we create as readers. So the author is absent. So and if we understand the artist, we never understand the artist. There is all the time something else that we can never understand. Never. You know, this is the core of the text is an ongoing search for truth. But the more we try to know, the further we fall. The text has many depths, and we look. It has many ends, if you want. I gave a question for the Indian Dr. Sharma about absurdism, because about the plague and the pandemic, it is the fear to know and the failure to know that make us react in a very psychological restlessness, because we don't know. We try to know, but we never know. It is impossible to know. Knowing is knowing one's end. So Beckett said, he was asked one day about his play Waiting for Godot. They told him, what do you mean by Godot? He said, had I known, I would have told you. But exactly. I don't. We are the non-knower, the non-canner. And so if I say what I mean, and I mean what I say, then the text is dead. Why do you have criticism? Each time
it must be open. It must be open to interpretation.
The text is what the reader makes it.
Exactly. Thank you so much for your answer. Now we are obliged to conclude the debate because our time is up.
Doctor, if you allow me to answer this, yes?
Yes, briefly, please, because
just one
time is over.
The phrase emphasizes that the idea that when it comes to appreciating and understanding an artist's work, it's important to focus on the art itself rather than making assumptions about the artist's character or intentions. It suggests that the true value and meaning of a piece of art lies within its creation, message, and artistic expression, rather than solely relying on the artist's personal qualities or reputation. By separating the art from the artist, one can form a more objective and genuine appreciation for the work itself. Thank you.
There is no objectivity in art. It is a personal point of view, no objectivity. The more we try to know, the more we fail to know. So it is a point of view that you see as objective. There is no truth. The truth of art is the truth in art, not outside it. And so, because I take reality and I make it my own. So the truth of the text is the truth in the text, not outside it. And so it looks like reality because the text is not history. We take from history and we make a text. I make it myself. And so I can explain it through history, but I cannot explain history through the text because it is
exactly
my own creation.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much, doctors, and I would like to thank, of course, all the participants for this thought-provoking debate and for ensuring that the session has proceeded smoothly. Right? Thank you so much. And now I give the floor to Dr. Khawla Benjamil to conclude the day. Thank you so much for all of you.
Thank you so much. And I'm very happy to see literature people discuss and engage in rich discussions and debate. That's typical of you guys. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for the day. I'm happy we're not very late as we as it is displayed in our program. Thank you very much. I won't say much because we're already here. See you tomorrow. Thank you very much, Professor Bourgbi, for being here all day. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, our lovely, beautiful animator, Leila Boualleg. And thank you, everyone, the chairwomen of the plenary sessions and the participants. It was really engaging, truthful, and rich. Thank you, and see you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Thank you, Dr. Khawla. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye to you all. Goodbye.